Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining tonight.
And welcome to this early edition of the Sunday News at 5. I'm Doug Petcash. We begin with breaking news out of North Idaho. Students at the University of Idaho were asked to shelter in place earlier today. The University of Idaho says Moscow police are investigating a homicide on King Road, which, as you can see, is very close to campus. They say police don't have a suspect yet. Around 4 o'clock, the university posted on social media that the Moscow Police Department doesn't believe there is an active threat. The school has lifted the shelter-in-place requests, but asks people to remain vigilant. Just after 1 o'clock today, the university had sent an alert asking students to stay away from the area and to shelter in place. Again, that shelter in place has been lifted. According to the spokesman review, Moscow police say the initial call was for an unconscious person, and police are now investigating it as a homicide. We'll continue to update this story as we learn more.
Okay, so the big news story over the past couple of days has been the homicide investigation happening in Moscow, an unthinkable tragedy within the University of Idaho community. Crime is an element of this industry we don't usually cover here on the 208, but there's an element of this story that has been stoking frustration, both up in the small college town and down in the Treasure Valley, with families who have kids going to the school at the University of Idaho. The biggest component has been a lack of information coming from investigators. And here's what we do know. Just before noon on Sunday, Moscow police got a phone call, a report of an unconscious person in a house off King Road. When they got there, they found 4 U of I students dead, killed, they believe, with a knife or some sort of edged weapon. We know the FBI is now involved. We know no weapon has been found and nobody has been arrested. Nobody is in custody, yet the city and the police have said there also wasn't any threat to the Moscow community, believing this to be an isolated, targeted attack. It's that last part that has a lot of people confused and questioning how this is possible. There's apparently someone walking around willing and able to use a knife to kill 4 people, but that threat ends inside that house. The university president has told students and staff if they need to go home, they can. Their absence from class would be excused a week before Thanksgiving break. And that may have put a damper on some fears, but it hasn't helped answer many of the questions or with the frustration in trying to find them. Andrew Bartline is live in Moscow right now. And Andrew, we just wanted to talk to you today about the mood. You've been up there since yesterday, the mood in Moscow, and that can't be easy, seeing as so many took the president up on his offer of leaving town.
Yeah, and that was the first thing we saw when we pulled in. We were kind of late to the game because a lot of the stations up here covering this are in Spokane. We had a long drive to get here, and by the time we got here, people mostly had left. We did talk to a woman as she was getting out of her house, packing her car. She lives right next door. She said she was the last of her 6 roommates to leave town. She's driving one of her roommates to the airport, And then she's driving back home to Homedale, Idaho. So a lot of people in this neighborhood are gone. Campus is quiet, and we talk to students who are still here. They say that academically they feel they need to be here for their own reasons, but a lot of them said that they don't understand how these data points connect to where they're safe, but no suspect is in custody. It's a difficult data points to make sense of, Brian.
Up there, Moscow police and the city, they're not beholden to the media when it comes to what they can and can't tell us, but there are families up there with students who want to know what's going, whether their kids are safe, for those that kind of stuck behind. So what's been the difficulty in getting information from law enforcement?
Well, I mean, we've gone to the police department and tried to talk to them face to face. They say the captain's not there, who's sort of in charge of being the public information officer for this investigation. So we come to the scene and ask the people on scene, is the captain here? They say the captain's not here. And it's difficult to get a hold of him through phone call, because if he's not in the office when we're at the police department, we're certainly not answering his phone there either. There was a moment earlier today where that captain went through and called back a lot of media members and answered some questions, but a lot of the details still weren't sorted out. Really, all we got confirmed from that phone call was they are looking for a suspect, and it kind of started and stopped there. There wasn't a whole lot more other than that. I guess we do now know that the unconscious person that they originally responded to is among those 4 that are dead. We did get that confirmed as well, but that's kind of been it outside the press releases. It's been very hard to get information.
And I understand they have a job to do. We want to let them do it, but again, we feel like there's some information that we could share with the public, let them know, kind of clarify some of these, as you said, these data points that don't kind of line up. And I know this next question I have for you, Andrew, is a difficult one. Just being in that town, being part of that community, you went to school not very far from there. You've spoken with some of the friends of some of these people, or at least some people who are very connected to this. This has got to be one of the most difficult things for them and for this community.
Yeah, you said it. I went to school here. I grew up here. I mean, my whole life has been between Spokane, Sandpoint, Moscow, Pullman. You talk to the people that knew them or went to school with them. I went to college with an older sister of one of them, and I'm talking to my friends from school who are very close with the older sister, and it's tough, Brian. It's tough, and a lot of these people are really struggling to make sense of it. I got a phone call from a friend who lives in Dallas, Texas. They left Pullman, Moscow area 3 years ago, and they're tearing up, and they don't know what's happening. They're concerned, and they're asking me what's going on, and I would like to tell them, but it's tough to get that information. Again, law enforcement has a job too. We totally understand that, but the vibe around here is weird, Brian. It's weird. You walk around campus, there aren't people around. It's quiet. The few people that will talk to us, they're kind of fidgety. They're a little concerned. I said, they don't feel comfortable here trying to understand how these data points connect. There's no suspect in custody, but you're supposed to feel safe. Well, they don't feel safe. And it's the only thing I can compare it to was the Tyler Helinski situation at Washington State that I experienced as a student. It is very similar to that. It is very, very odd. The difference is that there's no ongoing threat in that situation, but the way people are acting, the way people are talking, it's the only other thing I could possibly compare this to from my experience.
All right, Andrew, thank you very much for what you're doing up there today and for tomorrow, and what you have been doing up there. And I understand maybe we can get some more information to understand kind of how this plays out going forward. But again, thank you very, very much. And we'll keep checking in with you should things get updated or anything come through.
Now we do want to get right to some breaking news this morning out of Moscow, as classes are canceled for the University of Idaho today following the deaths of 4 students.
Nicole Hernandez live in Moscow right now. Nicole, you've been there for an hour or so now. What are you hearing from police this morning?
So, Tim Channing, what we know right now is that police do still have this house here blocked off with crime tape, investigating here. We have one person also kind of manning the scene, making sure nobody messes with the area. But what we know is yesterday, this house right here is where police found 4 bodies. And later that day, University of Idaho confirmed that they were U of I students there. So take a look at this breakdown here of the timeline that we have of how things happened. About 1 p.m., we heard reports of a homicide investigation near the college campus. An hour later, the school put out an alert on social media. media. It said Moscow PD is investigating a homicide on King Road. They asked the community to stay away from the area and shelter in place as a precaution. Around 3 in the afternoon, Crime 2 arrived in Moscow. Neighbors said most people living in this area are part of U of I Greek life or are students. At around 5 in the evening, the Moscow Police Department confirmed they had found 4 people dead. But it wasn't until late that night that they confirmed the victims were students. The University of Idaho also said Moscow police do not think there's any active threat at the moment as they continue their investigation. And again, classes are canceled today for University of Idaho students. They will resume classes tomorrow. In Moscow, Nicole Hernandez, Crime 2 News.
Now, last night, the University of Idaho released a statement. President Scott Green says, in part, an event of this magnitude can understandably have significant impacts on those left behind. As vandals, we must come together and lift each other up. He also is letting students know that there are several support options available, including drop-in counseling.
Well, we will continue to follow this developing story here on Up with Creme. You can also find the latest information on our website, creme.com, and inside the Creme 2 app.
And the years since the murders have been full of legal twists and turns as prosecutors work to build their case against the man accused of the killings. Here's a look at how we got where things stand today. November 13, 2022, a day that changed how people around the world talked about Moscow, Idaho. On this day, local law enforcement found 4 people dead in a home off King Road. Along with the victims, investigators also discovered a few key pieces of evidence. A K-bar knife sheath investigators believe belonged to the murder weapon. On that sheath, police say they found DNA that didn't match anyone living at the house. The next day, people would know the victims as University of Idaho students Zainer Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez. Police launched a homicide investigation, and then days later, autopsies revealed the 4 victims were murdered. Within 10 days of the crimes, Moscow police held 3 press conferences to address the public, all without having a suspect in custody.
We know you have questions, and so do we.
In a week and a half, investigators say they had collected more than 100 pieces of evidence, taken 4,000 photographs, reviewed 1,000 tips, and conducted 150 interviews. One of the biggest leads to a potential suspect would point to a white Hyundai Elantra. Court documents would later reveal the make and model of that car was seen speeding past the King Road home right after the murders. Local law enforcement would begin looking into this November 25th. On December 7th, the Moscow Police Department brought this tip to the public. But by this point, court documents say a Washington State University police officer had already found a white Elantra registered to Brian Koberger living in Pullman, Washington. 2 weeks before the end of the year, Koberger and his father drove that car across the country from Washington to Pennsylvania. There, police collected trash from his Pennsylvania family home, and an Idaho state lab matched DNA to the knife sheath found November 13th. 47 days after the students' bodies were discovered, an arrest was made. December 30th, Pennsylvania State Police take Koberger into custody. He's then extradited to Idaho, where he would wait for his first Latah County court appearance on January 5th. On this day, major details in the investigation were released in the affidavit of facts. Over the first quarter of the year, search warrants would show what investigators took from Koberger's Pullman apartment and university office. Koberger made several court appearances leading up to a grand jury indictment May 17th. Less than a week later, at the suspect's arraignment, a trial date was set for October 2nd. The date would eventually be thrown out, with both the state and defense advocating for more time to prepare for this trial. That brings us to today, 1 year later, where we're all waiting between a suspect waiting to know his fate while in Latah County custody and the world waiting to see who is responsible for the deaths of 4 young people, and will they be brought to justice?
Well, joining me now just outside the University of Idaho is Mayor Becky from Moscow, of course. And so we want to talk a little bit about, we've been honoring the students all morning long. So how is the community doing right now?
Well, the community is doing much better now than it did a year ago, starting about tomorrow, the day after. But everybody in town knows somebody who knows the victims of this crime. And so that makes it very hard on not only the students, but the rest of us too. And especially the students, because they came off COVID, 2 years of isolation, and then they walked into this. I don't think we're ever going to forget the victims of this crime, but I think by and large, the community is trying to move together, both with the students, the university, the townsfolk, many of whom have connections with the university, and just do the best we can to move on with life ourselves and take care of each other.
And so, of course, you have been kind of front and center with this, and the entire city has been thrust into the national spotlight after this happened. What has it even been like for you?
It turns out I prefer the anonymity of nobody knowing where Moscow, Idaho is. We're a nice, congenial, high quality of life community, and we'd like to keep it that way and grow with the rest of the area, the region, and the country. But having focus on town for all the wrong reasons is very difficult to deal with, and being constantly reminded of these issues makes it difficult for all of us.
And I found that sometimes in situations like these, it tends to bring people together. You tend to forget about your differences or your petty squabbles that might have been in place beforehand, and then something like this happens, and the community really comes together. And that's the way it seems like here in Moscow.
Oh, absolutely, yes. The citizens, we take care of each other and we look after each other, and that includes the students who are also our citizens, and we all work together and grow together and rely on each other for the support we need in difficult times.
And especially kind of talking about the students you mentioned before, we were just talking, the students or the University of Idaho community represents about a third of the Moscow population. How has it been like really for the students? Have you been involved with any of the campus things?
Yeah, I've been working with the student leadership on campus on these events and a lot of other events as well. And I think the students are coping as well as anybody could ever hope for. And it's a question that it's just going to take time and perspective. And as you mentioned earlier, the creation of the memorial to not only these 4 students, but all of the other students who've been meeting an unfortunate end here. And all of this is good. It gives people a chance to reflect and to heal after all of these bad events, really.
Is there anything else that you would like to say, not just to the Moscow community, but really to the entire inland Northwest right now?
Yeah, we're a good community. Come visit us. We have lots of good stuff going on here. We continue to have good stuff, and we keep growing into the world and invite the world to come see us.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Mayor, for joining us this morning.
I feel like it's been forever, and I feel like it was yesterday. So much of it has just been a blur. I know that it's been tremendously painful, and I know that that's still coming, and it's not over. It would be nice to get the court proceedings over, just so will be done. I mean, I don't know if I call it closure. Just it will be done.
Steve and Christy Gonzalez are still feeling so much pain a year after their beautiful daughter was murdered. They also lost Maddie Mogan that night, Kaylee's best friend, who was like a daughter to them. The girls grew up together in North Idaho, and we went to the Gonzalez home in Rathdrum to reflect back on the last year and all that they have lost.
She had a ton of spirit. She was fun.
She's very close with her siblings.
Yes. So Olivia's the oldest, and then Steven, then Kaylee, then Autumn and Aubrey.
Kaylee Gonzalez was one of 5 children. She was the middle child, and she was loved more than she could ever know.
She was like a little princess and wanted to do all
of
the
our
fancy
girls
stuff.
are girly girls.
Kaylee met her best friend Maddie when they were in the 6th grade. Steve and Christy Gonzalez remember it so well.
Kaylee came home talking about this Maddie girl, and the rest was history. I mean, it was Kaylee and Maddie, They were just inseparable. Kaylee was either over there or Maddie was at our place, so they had the best of both worlds. They did high school all together, graduated, and
Same school.
Yep.
They loved the university.
And that is part of the video that we're going to be getting into here in a little bit. Thanks everybody for hopping in. Let me get that song going. And we're going to switch back to we're gonna chill back to some space age funky beat again. We're gonna kick it with some of that tonight. Okay. Yeah. We're gonna be getting back into that video in a little bit. Thank you everybody for hopping in. I appreciate it. It's just something I wanted to kind of start the show with. And we got a lot of stuff tonight as well. Sorry about the audio on the last episode. I'm still trying to figure out how this mic is the best effective, so I apologize about that. But we got a few things we're going to get into here first. Obviously, we got all the family interviews, so we'll be checking all those out. 3 of them, actually. News Nation and 2, one from Creme 2 and one from KTVB 7, I believe. So we'll have 3 of them. A couple things I wanted to go over. As I was kind of back over there again today in Moscow and Pullman. The ladder's still there, everybody. And I took pictures. Everything else is gone. Thank you, Cindy. I appreciate that. Everything else is gone. The ladder is still there. And you know what's crazy? Is there's a part of the police tape, you know, around the perimeter, around the back. And there's a part that's torn down. So from one tree to another, there's no tape. Didn't even bother to put any of it up. It was a little nerve-wracking today. Idaho University security was all over. What's up, Root? University Idaho security was all over there. Other security was there. But the exciting thing that I get to tell you is when it comes to this case, when the case first took place, right? And I always was saying from the get-go, you had to have parked in the back, right? If it was whoever it was, had to have parked in the back. So I got more to show you, and I'm just waiting. I apologize. It's 33% complete. There's a lot of footage, everybody. This is a humongous footage dump on my computer that I'm trying to do, so I apologize about that. But a couple things. Number 1. The ladder is still there. I don't know why. Does it make sense? Now, another thing that I noticed, there's so much to get into. Another thing that I noticed is, you know, when it comes to, and let me share this screen real quick. Help you guys visualize better. Well, that's kind of neat looking. I like that. That's cool. Okay. So when it comes to this, right? All right. Number 1, I always said, if the person's coming here to do this, here, let me move me. If the person's coming here to do it, right? They're going to park where the blue car is. I've always said that from the beginning. It just makes sense. All right? It just makes sense. Now, another thing that I've been saying from the beginning when BK was arrested, right, is that if you're going to commit this crime, right, if you're BK, why would you be driving downtown Pullman, Stadium Way, all over the place when you could have literally went another way and went a back road with nothing but a whole bunch of nothing to then get you to 270 where you get into Moscow, right? I've said that from the beginning. So the beautiful thing, number one, I'm just waiting for StreamYard to fix itself here. Is my voice sound weird? It's only showing one bar now. Probably because let me see. There we go. So, if you're going to commit that, you're going to go this other route, right? So number two, I'm not only going to show you the rear and why somebody would be parked where that blue car is, number one, and number two, if it was BK, I'm going to show you why. Not only I'm going to show you the route that he supposedly took in the PCA, the route itself, but I'm also going to show you the road. I've been saying if dude was going to commit this crime and he knows all this forensic shit, then he's going to be driving down this way. And I'm going to show you why. I got footage of that too. I'm going to show you the difference of the route in the PCA. And I'm going to show you the chunk, the most important chunk, right here. Why you're not going to go down the PCA way and why you would have went down this other way when you guys see this road, the footage, and how for real, if you were going to commit this crime, you're taking this freaking road. Period. And I'm going to show you why. And when you see it, you'll be like, you know what? This route makes no sense. I'm taking you the route. According to the PCA, I'm going the exact roads from Steptoe, from right where his car would have been parked. I'm taking you from where his car was parked to the back of the frickin' property of 1122. According to the PCA, you're gonna see how crazy it is. Another thing, when it comes to, and I'm going to show you the footage of this too so you guys can see what I'm talking about. When it comes to how close these houses are, when you're looking at it here, it looks far apart. when you're looking at it with the footage I'm going to show you and with my own damn eyes in front of me, way scrunched up. Way scrunched up. It's crazy how scrunched up all those houses are. It looks one way when it comes to what it looks like on this bird's eye view, but this bird's eye view lies. It's crazy. I don't know. Unless there was some remodeling or something, just the different view, I don't know. But when you're looking at it in the backyard and you see how close all them, it's like, wow, it really is scrunched up. It really is, especially when you're driving all over. And trust me, I drove a lot. Drove a lot this last week. That's why it's taken so long. Where are we at on the footage dump here? 39%. I apologize. Another thing. Not only giving you the alternate route, went ahead and got some Jack in the Box. I got A&W. A lot of driving. It's going to be a lot of footage. I got certain clips I'm going to show you guys tonight. I can't wait to show you guys the route. Once it's done, it'll be done probably a half hour, 40 minutes, I'm assuming. We'll get into that. But got plenty of photos too. So once I get back home, get back into the studio in a few days, I'll be putting all the photos up there too. I was thinking about doing like a slideshow or something with some music. Just doing a slideshow of a lot of great scenery, beautiful country. Beautiful, seeing the mountains in the background no matter where you turn. It's amazing. It's getting cold. You can definitely hear everybody in their mud tires in Moscow. They're getting ready for the snow. You can start seeing the snow. We'll get on the mountaintops out here. Beautiful. If it wasn't for the cold, to me it wouldn't be so damn bad. It's beautiful. Took you all to Coeur d'Alene, if you remember. You can go check that out. Got plenty of other stuff that'll be coming out, and then I got special stuff for members coming up too, with this extra footage. So it's going to be interesting. I drove into the grub truck where the grub truck's parked. Yeah, got a lot. Now, when it comes to another thing, when it comes to these stairs that are next to this property right here, okay, these stairs right here, there's a few stairs right here by this tree, and then as you're walking down, it's a paved path, like a sidewalk type area. And then over here, there is a fire hydrant, and there are no other stairs over there. So I have that for you guys too, if you need proof. There's that. I'm trying to think what else. There's so much. Oh yeah, the Christ Church. It didn't even look like a church. I thought that was odd. What's up, Crystal? It didn't even look like a church. It just looked like a building. I had no idea it was a church. Drove by where Kohberger is chilling in the cell. They got heat again. They got that fixed a couple days ago. Drove by Kohberger. drove all over the place. Got a lot of footage, a lot of pictures too. I can't wait to share all of them with you. All right. So, we got this. Number one, first of all, I want to get into this real quick, and then we got these family interviews we're going to sit back and watch together here as part of this a year ago special here tonight. Yes, I did go to, oh yeah, that's another thing I wanted to talk to you guys about. I went to the vigil. Okay. I don't know. It was dark. It was kind of creepy. I'm just going to be honest with you. It was kind of, it was cold. It was so cold. Oh my gosh, it was cold. I was bundled up. I had my stocking cap with the ball on top. I was supporting the Idaho Vandal gear, you know. The ball on the stocking cap and the hoodie and the t-shirt over the hoodie and the coat. I was all bundled up. It was dark though. I expected like the candles, you know. But the stage, I couldn't even tell you if they had like eyebrows or not. It was so dark up there. Now, granted, I wasn't like right up close. I wanted to respect from a distance, you know what I mean? The community, that's their spot. But I should have been able to like see eyebrows or something, right? No, it was so dark up there. We're gonna play that tonight. I guess I don't know I don't know what news station streamed it. The mods dropped it in the mods chat, so I was gonna click on that and watch that after. For anybody that didn't get to see it. It was very cold though. It was very foggy. When I went back to the hotel, it took me 45 minutes longer because the fog was so bad. You literally couldn't see 10 feet in front of you. It was crazy. It was definitely crazy. A little foggy today too. I was a little foggy today. Or it might be just the clouds. It might be up in the elevation where the clouds are hitting us or something. I don't know. I don't understand the weather, but that's all I know is it was foggy and I couldn't see. That's all I know. What's up, everybody hopping in? Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, so those are a few things. And if it, I'm sure it'll be done here before the night. It's 45%. So, and we're only at 45 minutes. So I think we're good. Foggy are us. That's right, Missy Q. For real. I don't know. Is it fog or is it is it because up in the elevation, it's the mountain hitting? I don't know. I really don't know. But I'm telling you, it's beautiful. These hills, rolling hills, beautiful. I would love to experience a crazy ass summer thunderstorm out in this country because I bet you it is freaking amazing. I can't wait to show you the pictures that I got. Oh man, I got you some pictures of the fog too. Actually, you know what? I think I can share one real quick. Hold on. Ooh, hold on a minute. Yes, I can. Hold on. Excuse me. Let's see here. I didn't dare take any in the when it was at night, because I barely could even see, but I did take some during the daytime. Yeah, here it is. When I was heading back over there. Check this out. Check this out. That's there you go. That was the fog from this morning. Isn't that nuts? That was from this morning. It was crazy. Yeah. Yeah, that's fog. That was from this morning. I was like, oh man, I'm getting ready to get some more footage here, and it's this foggy. But you know what? As soon as I got into Moscow, a little bit of Pullman, it was better. But as soon as I get into Moscow, it was like, boom, beautiful. So we're all good. We're all good when it comes to this. I can't wait to show you. Hopefully at the end of the night, I'm pretty sure I can. I'll be able to show you BK's route according to the PCA, and I'll show you why he would have took the other road that I've been saying ever since this shit took place. All right, but we're going to go to these family interviews here. This is the latest one. This is from KTVB from a few hours ago, and it's a little clip of what you saw earlier. Let's see here.
It's been almost a year. I mean, it's hard to believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
How are you guys doing? I think people would love to know that.
I think we're doing the best we can. And I think that is to be thankful to all the people that are wondering about us. They really get us through, you know, coworkers, friends, they're like family now. And I think it'd be much harder without all the love and support.
Yeah, we got a page where we're able to talk to people all across the world that this has made an impact and change in their life. So that helps. You know, Christy can share and say she's having a rough day or a bad day, or post a photo or an image, and you know, she gets some positive feedback.
Lots of positive feedback.
And friends of Kaylee that we haven't even met will send us
Oh,
photos.
I want to pause this real quick. Here, let me rewind this here for a second. I forgot to get to your question there, Kelly. I apologize. When I was parked behind the house, it was Kaylee's room that was visible. Maddie's looked blocked by foliage. That's what I'm going to show you guys. Let me see if I'm pretty sure I got the video's not uploaded, but let me show you here. Let's see. Let's see, hold on. Yeah, there's so much foliage. All right, here we go. So this will show you the best. Let's see. We'll get back to that in a second. This will show you the best. So that right there, and you can see what I'm saying over here off to the side, off to the right. See how that tape's gone? But you could see the sliding glass door and the windows, depending on where you're standing. and the bottom sliding glass doors too. So trust me, the view is pretty crazy. Sorry about that. All right, now I'm gonna go ahead and go back to this, and thank you. Appreciate that.
Let's start out with, it's been almost a year. I mean, it's hard to believe, right? How are you guys doing? I think people would love to know that.
I'll wait till you see the footage.
The best we
Just waiting for
can,
it.
and I think that is to
We've got
be
a lot of
thankful to
footage.
all the people that are wondering about us. They really get us through. You know, coworkers, friends, they're like family now, and I think it'd be much harder without all the love and support.
Yeah, we got a page where we're able to talk to people all across the world that this has made an impact and change in their life. So that helps. You know, Christy can share and say she's having a rough day or a bad day, or post a photo or an image, and you know, she gets that, you know, some positive feedback.
Lots of positive feedback.
And friends of Kaylee that we haven't even met will send us photos of times that they had together. So whenever you get to see new photos of your daughters, and I pass those on to the other victims' parents as well, and you know, that's always nice. So
That would mean a lot.
It does.
That would mean a lot.
I love a new photo when they come across. He'll send them to me and say, "Have you seen this one?" And I'll do the same. "Have you seen this one?" "Oh my gosh, no, wow. Oh, I love it." You know.
Yes, new photos.
I hope it never stops. She had a ton of spirit. She was fun. She loved hanging with her older sisters, her sister and brother, his friends.
She's very close with her siblings.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about the siblings and what the order is?
So Olivia's the oldest, and then Steven, then Kaylee, then Autumn and Aubrey.
Well, let's talk about Maddie and Kaylee, because how old were they when they met? 6th grade? Is that what I heard?
6th grade.
Okay. Tell us about that.
Well, they met early on in that 6th grade year. They
At charter school, they had uniforms.
You know.
They didn't think they were cool at all.
No. And Kaylee came home talking about this Maddie girl, and the rest was history. I mean, it was Kaylee and Maddie, you know, and
But it started with Maddie's mom coming over here and like interviewing us. Sat on our couch, talked to us.
Just talked to us.
Yep.
You know, she was very concerned, you know,
Making
very,
sure it
very
was a safe
protective
place.
of, you know, Maddie spending the night places, or even coming over for a couple hours during the day, you know.
But it ended with us taking her daughter to another country and
her taking our daughter, you know, to Hawaii.
So
and yeah, you know, very
trust was there after.
Yes. But yeah, and they were just inseparable. Kaylee was either over there or Maddie was at our place, so they had the best of both worlds. They did high school all together, graduated, and
picked the same school.
Yep, they both went down there and
they rushed in the same week. Went down there.
Yep.
And they wanted to get in the same one together, but I don't know how it worked out. But they ended up
going separate ways, and they were, you know, so sad. I'll never forget that day, you know, and they were so sad, and you know, they were happy where they wound up and whatnot, but they weren't together in the same house, and it wound up being the absolute best thing for them, you know, for their friendship.
So they loved U of I. They had a great experience there for those
Yeah.
first 3 years. They really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kayla was pretty much graduated. She just did her finals on Monday, and that was her last class. Or that would have been her last class.
Would have been her last class on Monday.
Yeah, so since he said that, so if anybody remembers, there's a couple times I'm going to pause this. If anybody remembers them saying about she was duped, set up, all this crazy ass shit. She wasn't duped. She wasn't set up. She came back to do a final. And then she was coming back Tuesday. So there's that. Number one. She wasn't duped. It wasn't to set up and blame her. All this other substance shit. None of that. None of that.
Yes.
And she was
absolutely.
coming back on Tuesday.
What experience
Yeah, it
there
did.
for those
Yeah.
first 3 years?
She had a final.
They really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kayla was pretty much graduated. She just did her finals on Monday, and that was her last class. Or that would have been her last
Would have
class.
been her last class on Monday.
Yes.
And she was
absolutely.
coming back on Tuesday.
What do you want people to know about these girls?
This extra
You know, these
stuff.
girls,
It's got to be hard. It's already hard. You can see it. It's already hard for these families. And just sit there, and this is why I don't care about entertaining that other crazy ass shit. That's why I always say it's about respect, number one. Not saying shit can't happen. It's ugly. We cover true crime, not saying shit can't exist, but at the same time, you gotta have more proof when it comes to certain things. Look at how hard it is already. Why add on to it? We're supposed to be fighting with them, not adding more things for them to fight through. We're supposed to help. It's already a hard enough burden on their own. Look at them. It's so hard just to talk about it.
you know, as I refer to them now on the Gonzalez Facebook page, you know, it was at first when I posted, you know, my girls, and it's not even my girls anymore. It's our girls. Here's some new pictures of our girls, or, you know, here's a throwback of our girls. And I mean that, you know, they are everyone's girls. And you could see that in photos of them. I mean, you could see the happiness in them, you know, the love, you know, just the bright light. They were just out to live their lives to the fullest, to be successful in life, you know, to work hard, you know, to eventually be married and have families and have good jobs. And it was just unfortunate what happened, you know, to the two of these. I know it's more than two, but these two very best friends, you know, it's just, it's real. And people, I don't think sometimes understand that this isn't TV. And yes, there's TV shows about it, but it's real.
This is your life.
This is our life.
They're not characters.
No.
It's not entertainment. It's a disaster for us. And these kids didn't do anything wrong. I mean, everybody wants there to be some type of decision that could have been this way or that way. These kids did everything by the book, the way you're supposed to do. They went to bed at night, you know, had a dog. I mean, all the things you'd think that would keep this from happening didn't work in this particular case. So I think that's the message that I want the community to know, that these are everyone's girls. This could happen to anyone. We as a society have to stop it. We can't just out-behavior it. We can't figure out a way to just be a little bit better or walk a little straighter line, and then it won't happen to you. You have to succumb to the fact that there's people out there doing evil things, and we have to figure out how to address those people and get them off the streets before they do this to your family or to another set of kids that are just getting educated and going to school and come home at night and go to bed.
Just enjoying their college life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think everybody has seen the food truck video. I mean, it really sums things up. I mean, to me, their relationship, you know, in that little clip and the walking, you know, what did you tell Adam? You know, that whole, I told Adam everything. I mean, it just, it's heartwarming, but heartbreaking at the same time to watch those videos. I mean, I could watch them and smile, and I could watch them and just cry, you know, just to have them captured. And Maddie with that big old jacket, and, you know, and Kaylee saying, Maddie,
we can share it.
We could share it. And, you know, it just, so Kaylee and Maddie,
And
you know,
you hear about kids that
and the
drink
pictures.
and drive. They got a professional driver to take them back. They did everything the way you're supposed to do it.
Yeah.
They even had chaperone walking with them. They weren't going down dark alleys by themselves.
The really popular pictures of the 4 roommates and Ethan.
Mhm.
Oh, I love those pictures.
They were taken that day. They were taken earlier. Kaylee texted them to me about a little after 2 on Saturday, and with Maddie up on her shoulders. And that is the last text message that I have from Kaylee, is that picture of her and Maddie. And I replied to it, my lovies, with heart eyes. And then we had a phone call after that. And that was the last time I talked to Kaylee. But that picture of Maddie on her shoulders is the last text message that I have from Kaylee. And it's around 2:13 on Saturday.
Oh, there's just no way to know what was coming.
No. And
For
I look
anyone.
at that picture and I just think, I would never thought that this would be the last picture, or that phone call that I got, 20 minutes after that picture was going to be the last phone call. You just don't think that. And it's real. It's realer than real. I mean, it really is.
It is. Well, I just love the fact that you guys have put together this beautiful Facebook page.
Yes.
And that you share so many wonderful memories and pictures that we've never seen before. People who love your daughters, because I'm calling Maddie your daughter because she basically is another one of your kids. But it's just so heartwarming to see the love you're getting from all over the world. Tell me why you were inspired to even start that page, because it does put you in kind of a vulnerable position, right? Sharing such personal things.
Yes.
But it looks like it's really a beautiful thing in the end.
Well, it originally was, I don't even really remember when it got started, but it originally kind of started for tips. Like if you have any tips, you could, come to us with tips or information. And I quickly had a different name. And I said, you know what?
Once we got a suspect.
Yeah, I said, we're going to change this. And we changed it to the Gonzalez family page. And I said, this is going to be, to say good things and to bring light and positivity. This isn't going to be, this isn't TikTok. This isn't YouTube videos. This isn't, speculate. Yeah. Because they're out there and, they're just so yuck, and I wanted to be positive. And so I kind of started running it a little bit more. My sister runs it, Steve runs it, and Olivia runs it. And,
photos started coming in when people realized that that's what we were really looking for, was just a connection to her friends and the people that she grew up with that had, everyone has a cell phone. Everyone has a set of videos.
Oh, yeah.
And those started flooding in. And
little flip phone pictures and
that,
stuff,
that
from
can make it
elementary
weak.
school. Like I went to elementary school and I have this,
it's just as beautiful.
It's amazing. And I've told people on that page before that I wish that I could reply to everybody. I can't, unfortunately. But I read all of it. I wake up in the morning and that's the first thing I do. I take about 10, 15 minutes of time reading the messages, the comments, and before I go to bed, that's the last thing I do. And I want the people out there to know how important it is to me.
It
and
made
how
a difference in our lives.
I'll share things with him, like, oh my gosh, look what this person said, or look what this, or listen to this, or I'll screenshot it and share it to my family, and it is it's overwhelming, and it's very emotional, but it also, when they say they share our grief and they pray for us, we feel that. We really do. I don't know where we would be without all the support from our community and the support from that page. It's therapeutic for me. And I don't know if the people really realize that. I try to get that point across. And I wish that I could reply to every single comment. I would have to quit my job. Yeah. I literally would.
Well, there's over 50,000 people on there.
Yeah.
I think.
And it just, certain pictures just absolutely, people just go insane over, and we try to thank everybody for the gifts that we get, because it just comes in volumes.
Yeah. It's nice to see the world too.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's
I
not
love
just,
Idaho. This is my community. I'll always be first, but it's nice to see that my daughter, in a way, has been thought of and seen, and in a way visited all these different places: Australia, Norway,
by proxy, you know, that she's being thought of there. I mean, we had a lady go to Jerusalem and wrote a prayer and took a video of her folding up the prayer with our name on it, sticking it into the Wailing Wall, and took photos and recorded. It,
like the day before all of this.
Yeah, I mean,
broke free. So
yeah, we were just like, oh my gosh, this lady's in Jerusalem, and she said, and I said, thank you for thinking of us. And she said, I couldn't not. She was over there on vacation or whatever, visiting, and she thought of our family to stick a prayer into the Wailing Wall.
So that's why it's easy for us to share.
People love you guys so much. I mean, they love your daughter, they love your family, they know you now, so they just want to reach out in any way they can, really.
Yeah.
So we were talking earlier about Murphy. Let's talk about Murphy and how special he is, and he still has an Instagram page going that people really love. Do you get to see Murphy? I think people would be
He's a lot cooler than us. We're Facebookers. He's
Instagram.
Yeah, he's cooler.
Yes, Murphy is Murphy Gonzalez on Instagram, and Jack runs that page for him. And they do all kinds of things. Jack,
camping.
They go. Jack is very outdoorsy. There's pictures on there with Jack and Murphy paddleboarding. Camping. Murphy's Jack's. I would have to say one of his best friends.
Comes over here.
We haven't seen Murphy for a while, but we do see Jack. But he usually does bring Murphy. But last time he was just kind of passing by working, so he didn't have Murphy with him then. But said that Murphy's doing great, and his family loves Murph. And I have an Instagram account now just so I could follow Murphy because
It's the first dog for their family.
Yes.
We've always had dogs.
Yes.
And Jack always had to put up with the dogs from Kaylee.
Yeah.
And then it kind of went full circles. They got a dog together, and then he became a dog person.
He's a dog dad.
Yes, he's a dog dad. Yep.
Yes.
And it's probably the perfect medicine for him.
Some of their last texts together were, Jack, we share a dog.
You need to talk to
You
me.
need to answer my text message. We share a dog, literally,
They had joint custody.
Yes, and Jack would come over because they were a little broken up at the time, and Jack would come over and pick up Murphy and take Murphy to the park and then take him home to
Take turns.
Yeah, it was really, I was like, you guys are so funny with Murphy. But
you went with them to go.
Yes, we went to Salmon, Idaho.
For like a,
when they bought Murphy. Yeah. Oh. And they were picking out, and they're like, which one? I'm like, I don't know. I'm just
what was
sitting
it,
in the car.
7,000 feet, the altitude up there?
Oh, it was crazy when we were going over.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I got really, really high, and there was snow, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
Put him in the back car, and they were like, something smells really bad.
Oh, he was so stinky. He was so stinky.
Oh, he's such a cute dog. He's your grand dog.
Yes, he's our grand dog.
Yeah. So I also noticed on Facebook, you guys share about beautiful Maddie K.
Yes.
Who is 8 months old now?
Yes, Tuesday.
Yes. So tell us about Maddie K.
Today.
Is it today?
Today.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. Olivia sends us lots of pictures.
And videos.
But she's crawling. She's after her older brother and sister.
She's gonna be a middle child.
She's literally their Kaylee. Because she's got the older two, and so right now, and they plan on having more.
Brother, sister.
And then, oh my gosh, she is a chunk of monk. She loves food.
Every picture's a foodie picture.
Yes, yes, she does, and she's a mover. Yeah, she's a mover. She smiles so much. That baby, every picture is a smiling and giggling. Yeah, she's a mini Rob.
Yep.
She's so precious.
She is so adorable.
Tell us about the meaning of her name.
Well, that was, Kaylee and Maddie knew that Olivia was pregnant, and they knew she was having a girl before they passed away. And then,
they planned on being there.
Yeah, and but it was just Olivia and I were in the kitchen, and it just came up. We were like, what are we gonna name the baby?
Everyone was still grieving.
And it just came to us. We got a piece of paper out. We started writing it different ways, and MADDIE, capital KAY, MADDIE dash KAY. And, we all like the MADDIE, capital KAY, no dash, the capital K, the capital M.
Said it sounded like
and we just fell in love with it.
It does.
So it is her middle name. Theodora is her first name, Theodora Maddie K.
So this baby and all of your grandkids have brought you so much joy.
Yes.
Yeah, good distractions to get out of your head being in a dark spot and think about, what you can do to make every day a little bit better for the people around you.
Mm-hmm. Tell me about the year anniversary. Obviously, it's tough. That's going to be a full year, right? And maybe does it feel like it's been a longer time than that, a shorter time than that? How do y'all feel about the year mark?
I'm hoping we get a schedule. I want to have an end date. I think all the families want an end date, and we're thinking next year will be the end, and we can get back to, our lives will never be the same, but they need to go back to where this isn't just, something hanging over our head. So we can put this chapter to rest and then, figure out the next move that we want to do as a family. So I'm hoping we get a schedule.
I feel both. I feel like it's been forever, and I feel like it was yesterday. So much of it has just been a blur. I know that it's been tremendously painful. And I know that that's still coming, and it's not over. And I don't think that it will ever be over.
You can tell. Look at it. It's so hard on them. Right, Katrina? Right, Crystal? I think that too. It's just tough. Look at it. It's gotta be, Then you add all this extra bullshit when it's already tough for him, this tough for him. That's why I don't fuck the views and the clicks, man. Real people are involved in this shit. Real feelings are involved in this shit. And you can see it right here.
It would be nice to get the court proceedings over.
For them thinking that, I hope it's a year. I don't think it's going to be, I think it's going to be a lot longer than a year. And that's the unfortunate part. Because they're saying right here, it's a year later,
A little bit better for the people around you.
Theodora is.
Obviously, it's tough. That's going to be
a year later,
right? And maybe does it feel like it's been a longer time?
They're looking for that answer. They got it. They're thinking it's going to be a year. I don't think so. It's so tough. Why add more onto it?
A shorter time than that. How do y'all feel about?
Let's try and help.
The year mark.
I'm hoping we get a schedule.
Let's try and help.
I want to have an end date. I think all the families want an end date, and we're thinking next year will be the end, and we can get back to, our lives will never be the same. But they need to go back to where this isn't just, something hanging over our head. So we can put this chapter to rest and then, figure out the next move that we want to do as a family. So I'm hoping we get a schedule.
I feel both. I feel like it's been forever, and I feel like it was yesterday. So much of it has just been a blur. I know that it's been tremendously painful. And I know that that's still coming, and it's not over. And I don't think that it will ever be over. It would be nice to get the court proceedings over, just so will be done. I don't know if I call it closure. It will be done. we do plan on doing Kaylee J Day every year. So last year was the first annual, and we plan on every year getting being bigger and bigger. Hopefully, we, we're already worldwide in a sense, but we want people worldwide celebrating Kaylee, and we know that's not going to happen in a year or 2 years, but in 10, 15 years down the road, we really hope that her face is just known everywhere.
I think it already is.
I know. It's intense. It's crazy how well known it already is across the world.
Tell us about Kaylee J Day for those who didn't know about it. I remember putting it on the news, so I knew about it. But what happened that day? That's her birthday, right?
Yeah, that's her birthday.
They're
June
2
8th.
weeks apart.
Maddie and Kaylee are exactly 2 weeks apart. Both were Friday babies.
Karen came up with Maddie May Day, which was like do something, caring for other people. And it went over so well. And it was such a positive thing for her that we're like, you know what? That's the right way to do it.
We knew we had to do something for Kaylee's birthday. So we were like, hey, Karen, do you mind if we kind of like piggyback off this Maddie May Day and do a Kaylee J Day? And so we did Kaylee J Day, do something you love.
With the people you love.
Yes. So, doing something you love could be, watching a movie with your husband.
People told us on
go
our
to the
page.
park.
I cooked my son's favorite dinner.
Yeah.
Spaghetti.
And, yep.
And that's what we're hoping.
That's what we love,
Bring some positivity to something that is surrounded with negativity.
We went fishing. We drove out to the lake. We watched the sunrise. We watched the sun. I think our very first post for Kaylee J Day was from abroad. And it was like 3 in our morning. And they said, I just watched the sunrise. And I think they were in like England or something for Kaylee J Day.
What do you want to say about all 4?
I think behind the scenes, they were a lot closer than we're able to like cross. Every parent wants to be super respectful to the other parents and not, cross any lines. So, privately we talk all the time, and we share information and dates that are coming up and things like that. But it's hard, it's super hard to see them struggling and know that they're going through it, and you feel it 100%. And then you see people criticizing and saying stuff, and you get very defensive, and I just support them. And I love that everybody's got their way of,
walking this path.
Yeah.
And
helping
different.
People remember them. So when this is all said and done, if you remember these 4 kids, that's the end goal that we're all working towards. And we're going to forget whatever loser did this, whatever monster put this together. He's going to become not the story, and the story will be,
he'll be non-existent.
Yeah, he won't even be around to be remembered, and everyone else will be.
I do think that the famous picture that is out there of all of them with Ethan and Xana and the 2 survivors and
it's their lives.
I think it kind of sums up their relationship. All of them getting down underneath that porch and taking pictures, and they're laughing, smiling. I think that sums up their relationships together with each other. They were obviously
very close.
Very close.
Trusting.
Yes.
It was a safe.
Leaning into each other, smiling. Just in the moment.
It's the community that helps you realize that you can't treat everyone like the person that did this to you. And I was talking to Jack about some of the songs that she loved, and he's like, one of her last songs that she was listening to was "Most People Are Good."
It's a country song.
It's a country song, and I remind myself that when I want to be angry and I'm in the car and something that, most people are good. The page is a reminder of that.
Yes.
And you don't want it to turn you into a monster because something bad has happened to you.
No.
And it's not easy when you see all these different comments being made and all these rumors and the gag order and all these people make up these stories online. It's not a fun process to go through. So you need those people to remind you that most people aren't like that. And
most people are good.
Yeah, most people are good and trying to do the best.
And the people that we have surrounding us, lifting us up in prayer and lifting us up
are amazing.
Sharing this grief with us. And sharing our tears and the love for our girls. It's we would have never thought that this for one would happen, and that it would become so big and so important to so many, and hurt so many, and we're just blessed to have everybody that we have.
All right. Give me 1 second here. Now, that was with KTVB. And let me share the link with that if you guys would like that. Like they were saying, I'm going to play the last part of that. All that extra stuff that's being talked about. It's already hard enough for them, and then when they got to deal with that shit too. When I say it's about the respect for the families too, I mean that shit. Somebody talking about certain things when there's not even... Yeah, it can be possible. Yeah, it could exist. Yeah, it could even make sense. It could even make sense. But if it's not ironclad, damn. These people have feelings. They have feelings. Listen to what they say about them, that extra shit that they have to deal with on top. The extra shit that's made up.
We drove out to the lake. We watched the sunrise. We watched the sun. I think our very
Listen
first
to it
post
again.
for
It's
Kaylee
very
J Day
important.
was from abroad, and it was like 3 in our morning, and they said, "I just watched the sunrise," and I think they were in like England or something for Kaylee J Day.
What do you want to say about all 4?
I think behind the scenes, they were a lot closer than what we're able to like cross. Every parent wants to be super respectful to the other parents and not, cross any lines. So, I mean, privately we talk all the time, and we share information and dates that are coming up and things like that. But it's hard, it's super hard to see them struggling and know that they're going through it, and you feel it 100%. And then you see people criticizing and saying stuff, and you get very defensive, and I just support them, and I love that everybody's got their way of,
walking this path.
Yeah.
And
helping
different.
People remember them. So when this is all said and done, you remember these 4 kids. That's the end goal that we're all working towards. And we're going to forget whatever loser did this, whatever monster put this together. He's going to become not the story, and the story will be...
He'll be non-existent.
Yeah, he won't even be around to be remembered, and everyone else will be.
I do think that the famous picture that is out there of all of them with Ethan and Xana and the 2 survivors and
it's their lives.
I think it kind of sums up their relationship. All of them getting down underneath that porch and taking pictures, and laughing, smiling. I think that sums up
together
their
again.
relationships together with each other.
Together again.
They were obviously
very close.
Very close.
Trusting.
Yes.
It was a safe.
Leaning into each other, smiling. Just in the moment.
It's the community that helps you realize that you can't treat everyone like the person that did this to you. And when I was talking to Jack about some of the songs that she loved, and he's like, one of her last songs that she was listening to was "Most People Are Good."
It's a country song.
It's a country song, and I remind myself that when I want to be angry and I'm in the car and something that, most people are good. The page is a reminder of that.
Yes.
And you don't want it to turn you into a monster because something bad has happened to you.
No.
And it's not easy when you see all these different comments being made and all these rumors, the gag order, and all these people make up these stories online. It's not
See what I'm saying? This is why This is why I say it's so important. People think I'm an asshole, or some out there think that I don't practice the peace, positivity, and progress. That's bullshit, you know. Sorry, sir, I don't lie to my community. And if that's all you got, I mean, I already told you before, man. Just move on. It's like a whack-ass troll coming in here with F you as a response. That's all you got? This is exactly what I'm saying. This is about the peace, positivity, and progress, because that's why I don't talk about all this other shit. Because it's already hard for them. And listen.
Happen to you.
No.
And it's not easy when you see all these different comments being made and all these rumors and the gag order and all these people make up these stories online. It's not a fun process to go through. So you need those people to remind you that most people aren't like that. And
see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? CJ don't want to talk about shit that exists. No, that ain't it. Because I think about what they're saying before they even have to fucking say it. That's why. Because I don't need to hear somebody say it to fucking do it. I fucking do it. Because it is about the peace, positivity, and progress before this even happens. The fact that they have to navigate through that shit too, I'm sorry. Hate me all you want. I will never be disrespectful to these families and talk about shit that ain't got enough proof. I'm sorry.
You don't want it to turn you into a monster because something bad has happened to you.
No.
And it's not easy when you see all these different comments being made and all these rumors and the gag order and all these people make up these stories online. It's not a fun process to go through. So you need those people to remind you that most people aren't like that. And
most people are good.
Yeah, most people are good and trying to do the best.
And
right.
Yeah, the people that we have surrounding us, lifting us up in prayer and lifting us up
are amazing.
Sharing this grief with us and, sharing our tears and the love for our girls. It's, we would have never thought that this for one would happen and that it would become so big and so important to so many and hurt so many. And we're just blessed to have everybody that we have.
Poor family. All right, so we're going to be switching to the next special of this special. Here's the link for this. This is News Nation with Brian Anton. We are at 80%, everybody. 80%. And then we're going to be able to show you the route that BK took, the full route, according to the PCA. We're at 80%, everybody. We'll be there soon. All right, we're going to switch to this Brian Enton episode. When I was at the vigil last night, I not only saw Nick Keaton, that was just when I was coming in, but where I parked, it was kind of crazy. I ended up parking right across the street from where Brian Enton was setting up shop. So I actually saw the dude busy talking with a whole bunch of people. But it was crazy too. This is what was crazy, and I don't know, maybe you guys can help me understand this, because I'm not familiar with how this TV stuff works for this national stuff. Why? Because right where he was set up, they had like 3 trucks or no, it might have been SUVs, but they all had their trunk lids open and they all had their hoods open. What does that mean? Like 3 vehicles that were setting up shop right next to his tent. They had their hoods up and their trunk lids open. I didn't understand it. I don't know what. I mean, did they like draw power off the battery with cables? I mean, I don't get it. I don't know. If anybody knows, if you're on replay, let me know in a comment. Like, what the hell? I don't know. It was crazy. Shout out Brian Enton. No, it wasn't. No, I could have literally walked up and talked to Brian Enton. There was no kind of gate or anything or fence or anything like that. Yeah, there was no kind of fence or gate or anything. No, it wasn't for protection, or it wasn't for privacy. No. We were all walking around. Right all over that area. Yeah. Right over by Brian Enton. Dude's smaller than I thought. All right. Shout out Brian Enton. Dude does an amazing job. Here it is, Brian Enton on News and Nation with a special as well, 1 year since. We're going to check this out. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out.
Hey, everybody, it's Brian.
80%.
If you are listening and not watching this, I'm sitting inside a rental car right now in Moscow, Idaho, at the University of Idaho campus. We are here for the 1 year mark of the awful murder.
Yeah, it was raining like crazy, too. It ended up quitting about 2:30 or so, maybe 3 o'clock. Sprinkled here and there. Got really foggy last night and then was foggy this morning, but ended up being beautiful.
Here at the University of Idaho, Kaylee Gonzalez, Maddie Mogan, Xander Cronodal, and Ethan Chapin, all killed here 1 year ago. It's weird. It doesn't really feel like a year, at least for me covering it. I know it doesn't feel like a year for a lot of the people in the community that I've been talking to. You know, I think because of this sort of ongoing legal process, it's hard for people to move on without there being a trial yet. There's not even another court date status hearing set at this point, depending on when you're watching this video. So that's frustrating for the people in the community. It's frustrating for the families. There's a candlelight vigil happening here in town. We were just over at Mad Greek, where the restaurant where Xana and Maddie worked. They had a memorial outside there for them. So it's obviously just a somber day here in Idaho. I interviewed Kaylee Gonzalez's parents. It's probably been about a week and a half now, kind of about what this year mark meant for them, how they're doing. The interview was more than an hour, and we've played a couple of clips so far on News Nation, but I wanted it in this podcast episode to play for you the full interview. Sometimes when you just see clips or shortened version, you don't get the feel of what someone's going through. And I think seeing the full hour plus interview, you really get a sense of, number one, how they're doing, this sort of hell that they're living, how ongoing it is, and also just like what amazing people they are. I was just talking to Lauren, my producer, who's sitting next to me, just about with these tragedies that I've covered recently, I've met some amazing families that are really inspiring in many ways. And the Gonzalez's, I feel that way about just the relationship that Christy and Steve have and the support that the family has and that they show each other in such a difficult time. Same with Ethan Chapin's parents. Ethan's mom, Stacy Chapin, is really just like an amazing person, and the relationship that she has with her husband, despite everything they've been through with this, I find very inspiring. And even back to Gabby Petito and the relationship that her parents have and her step parents have, and they all are like one big family unit. It's inspiring to see the way people come together. So I hope that can come through by showing the full unedited interview. And I just think it gives people a sense of what it is really like for these families right now. So I will talk a little more after the interview, but take a look.
Some days it's just absolutely so real you cannot even run and hide from it. And other days I could just put myself and, you know, I could go about my day. And
All
then,
the girls are
and
asking
then,
for this and that.
you know, and
need all
I'm
your
back to
attention.
work and my work people are amazing. And then I come home and I'm just like, you know.
Yeah, that's why you don't like driving the vehicle, because it always.
I hate driving.
Brings it.
I hate
brings it
because
home
the
to you.
car to me is just dreadful. It's like a prison cell. Oh my.
You guys did a
wishes.
lot more with the vehicle too. You guys wouldn't. You guys were the ones who went and purchased it. So for me, it's just a memory of her.
Oh, her car.
Yeah.
Yes. It's so hard for me to look out, and it's out there every day, but it is so hard for me to look out there and see Kaylee's Range Rover, even though it was such a short time that she had it. And I say that, I'm like, it's so weird, but it was so Kaylee's car already. She had had a Subaru Legacy for years.
Yep.
It was a newer one. And that to me, you would think would, you know, you see them around a lot, you know, it's a pretty common car. That would, you know, get me but it's not. It's that dang Range Rover, man. And yeah, I'll just I'll go out there on the back porch and I just sit there and I'm just like, you know, because it just is such a, you know, it was just such a happy moment. Days before, I mean, hours, literally, I mean, 96 hours before this happened. You would never think when we're sitting there running around Spokane, looking at cars, that in 3 days, she bought that on the 10th.
Wow.
And not even 3 days, because obviously it was, you know, the early morning hours of that Sunday, but 2 days later, she'd be gone. And Maddie, and 2 others. It's just, it is insane. I don't know if I'll ever snap out of it. I don't know if I keep doing what I'm doing. I don't know if I go get myself in therapy because I'm a total basket case. I don't know. You know,
You're always going to be a basket case.
I will probably always be
You started
little,
the equation.
you know, and people always say, oh, you're doing, you know, they ask you, how are you doing? You know, and your natural reaction is just to say, good, you know, good for what we, you know, good. But the answer is not good. Not good at all. I mean,
that's why I never understood why people ask people, like when they're sitting down having an interview, why are you asking how they're doing? I mean, hello. How do you think they're doing? And then they got to tell you that, yeah, okay. Really? No. So why even ask? It's just sad. Why not start it off with, what's your favorite memory? So then they start off with a happy thought, instead of a thought of them being reminded of the day that all the shit happened, you know?
how can you be?
Yeah.
You know, I would be good if, you know, that was my dog, you know, I'd still, you know, be okay if it was my, you know, but this is my child and her best friend.
Yeah.
And
it's not even like a broken marriage where they live separately and
yeah,
they're still they find other people get happy. You still recover from something like this. There is no.
Unfortunately, you're left with your own thoughts, and I think that with me is pretty bad, because those thoughts they just don't stop sometimes, you know, and you just go down the rabbit hole, and you're just like, okay, if that is what happened, then this happened, and then this, and then you're just like, oh my gosh, get out of there quick, shut the door, you know, like get out of that room. That room is, yeah, it's, yeah, bad.
So you won't go in that car. That's, you don't. it
I
doesn't bring
will.
you- yeah.
I will. And
But
I mean,
if we
I
have a
should.
choice, it's always something
Oh
else.
yeah. And I mean, I have a tiny car. I have a little car, and you know, obviously that's roomier and stuff. But I'm like, oh no, you know, well, I'll take my dogs and we'll get in my car. And I mean, he, you know, takes up my whole car pretty much. And I'm like, oh well, it's okay. Just make some room.
Yeah.
Scoot, scoot. You know, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's just very heartbreaking. And I mean, looking at it, riding in it. Yeah, I thought that I would drive it. I thought that we would probably switch. I'm like, well, probably, because we didn't get it back for a long time, and that car hit me hard
6-7 months.
when we got that car back.
Yeah, I remember the pictures of you. There
Yeah.
were some pictures of you when you went and got it.
And it was like, wouldn't, you know,
They pulled a chip out of it. It took them. It was a little bit more complicated to get it all working and running again.
it was definitely, yeah, getting that car back, because she had just put stuff in it, and I was talking to her as she was like packing it up, and she didn't, I mean, she unloaded some of it back at that house, but it mostly was all in there exactly, and it had just sit in like a time capsule for, you know, 6-7 months, you know, that this all happened, and like her purse was in the back
She backed
seat,
up to that door right there and just put a bunch of stuff in the back. So
and you
it
know,
was still there because I think
Murphy's crate
she had
was in there.
class on Monday, and that was it.
And
Was
she
her
was going
final?
to take some finals on Monday, and she was going to be back on Tuesday.
Yeah, I believe so. So she's just gonna throw some of that stuff from her room into her car, come back.
I mean, you guys live this every day, but does like the year mark mean anything? Does it feel any different, or is it just similar to how you feel every day?
It has symbolism because it's a close of a chapter, and it means a full year.
It does.
Every holiday has been.
She's
and
been
then
gone. She's missed everybody's birthday. We've missed hers. We've missed every holiday.
Her sisters don't want to be as old as her.
No, that's something that is really hard. That, you know, Autumn said, what am I going to do when I'm older than my older sister? And I was like, what do you mean? You know, and then I thought about it, and I was like, oh. And I told Olivia, who obviously is older, so that will never happen, to Olivia. And she was like, yeah, I could see that, you know, being something for Autumn. And, you know, you just don't understand, you know, it's hard to get in everybody's head, you know, and how everybody is dealing with this, you know, as much as, you know, we still have young kids at home, Autumn and Aubrey, you know, they're still young adults, and you can't just drag them into a counseling or therapy when they're like, no, you know, and no matter how bad you think they need it or not, I mean, you can't, you know, when they're like, I'm not going. So I think we just kind of have been trying to deal with things on our own. And like I said, I don't know if we're doing good or bad, really. I mean, I'm not to say that all we do is sit around and cry. I mean, people ask me, and sometimes, and I said, well, here's the thing. I mean, if I could lay down and die, I probably would, but you can't. I mean, you physically, mentally, emotionally, you can't. You know, I probably would have tried. You got to get up, no matter how you think. I'm never getting out of this bed ever. You know, I'm not taking a shower. I'm going to stop eating. You've got to. And I don't know if it's because of the other kids and the grandkids, my own will to live, my own husband. But we're human, you know, and as a human, your instinct is to live. And that's how you got to do. I mean, whether, you know, how painful it is, or, you know, you just try to put on the happy face and be happy and not make people cry, because you don't want to be the Debbie Downer in the room either. Everybody knows wherever you go, oh, you know, look who just, oh.
Is that weird?
Yeah, you're like the dark cloud.
But I mean, I wear something like this,
Yeah.
I mean, I can't expect people to not know who I am. We do interviews, we've gone publicly, so I don't want to be like, oh my, I would never tell somebody to go away or leave me alone. Or my kids have been like, well, that's weird. Like, I would be like, I would never do that to somebody, come up to them in public. And I'm like, it doesn't bother me. I mean, I'm not like everybody me, or anything like that. But I if you recognize me out in public and you come up to me and say, hey, as a mother, I don't, it helps me. It makes me feel good. It does help. As weird as it sounds, so I mean, I don't get bothered by that, but the kids will be like, oh my gosh, well, that was just really weird. I mean, we were literally in Target and that lady just came from nowhere. And I'm just like,
Well, I think people like around the world feel like they know Kaylee. Even though they didn't really know her, but they just like saw something in her personality, feel inspired by her now, which is kind of interesting that like she's so well known everywhere after she's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They would.
I was waiting for people to get to know her. I knew she was going to be a world shaker. I always knew. I was like,
not like this, but
yeah, but she was such a hustler, and she got along with everyone. And I mean, even when this happened, the vice president of the company, he showed a text from her manager, and he sent to the manager, who is this Kaylee girl? I keep hearing about her. Hearing about her, and she did some work for them. So I knew she was in the right place at the right time to make things happen. So that's why it was such a bad thing to try to get your head through and get your head around it. And all these kids had so much potential, and they were doing everything the right thing. They were doing everything the way you're supposed to. Go to school.
It's just crazy how one person can come in and cause so much trauma, so much damage.
One miserable person,
goes
after all the people that are.
And then, we got to go through hoops and loops and jumps to get him. I guess he's convicted him officially. I don't know where we're
get a schedule right now is what we're really hoping for, is a schedule. We were hoping there'd be a schedule before the year.
I don't know. I just
yeah, even being in court today, like it just seems like such a slow process.
It is
it's like they're discovering it as they go, because there's new technologies and there's new evidence, and the gathering of the evidence is a different technique than these people read in a book. This stuff's not even in books yet.
Yeah.
So
have you just kind of accepted like that it's going to be a while?
I refuse. I mean, I'm still waiting for like a Hail Mary or a miracle or something, and be like, it's it's not gonna, I realize it's gonna be 2024, but I refuse to think it's gonna be pushed any further out than that. I absolutely refuse to let myself think that. But all these big delays, and you get like so close, like that September date that got pushed back to October 2 days before. That took everything out of me. I was down. I mean, I was literally down. I was sick. I felt like I was gonna vomit. I put so much into these court dates, as little as they are. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for him to change his plea. I'm waiting for them to say, I don't know why. I just think to myself, I like want to pray it away and pray that he makes the right decision, and he says, I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. I get it. Like, it's costing so much. The lives have already been taken, but what he's doing to the families, and I don't know what goes on, and not having control of your life is just the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
It's the worst. I mean, for the most part, people, that are in control of their lives has somewhat control. I mean, there's always something that, is not in your control usually. But I mean, as parents and adults, we've always been fairly in control of our own lives.
So you mean the court process feels very out of control?
It's terrible.
You got to stack up your vacation time, because the speedy trial, we weren't sure. So, I stacked up my vacation.
We got close.
We thought there's got to be a little bit of a chance. I didn't think there was, but she was hoping for it.
I was hoping. I was like, no. I think we're gonna. I mean, when they scheduled those dates, I was like, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. And Shannon's like, it ain't gonna happen.
Well, I was just thinking today with everything they were talking about, how could they have ever done it? Like there was so much.
It would have been some would argue benefit could have been because those FBI agents in there working today is more evidence.
And I get that. And I have a good friend, my cousin, family member, and he tells me, he knows a lot about the legal system and whatnot. And he tells me, Chrissy, it's actually a good thing because it just gives them more time. They're not just going to sit there and do nothing. They're going to continue to investigate. Things are going to continue to fall in their laps. Tips are going to continue to come in. And I'm just like, I don't want to hear that. Like, I want to see this guy die. Like, I don't want him breathing any longer because they say, oh, he's living in hell already. No, he's not. Not the hell that I think of. The hell that I think of is literally terrifying, agonizing torture day in and day out. I don't care. Latah County Jail is not.
Maybe he does. I don't know. That's a good question. Probably.
No.
What's it like? I've wondered when I've seen you guys, like, what is it like being in the courtroom? Because I think everybody feels strange in there because it's such a small space.
Yes, it's not as big as the case. It's so puny. It's so small. It's hard to realize like something this big, and you're in this little goofy courtroom that seems like it's a prop, almost like a prop in a small movie or something.
Like it's one of those diagrams, and they're looking from up above, and you're flicking people off and driving a little car.
Yeah. So
it is. The worst part, obviously, is being in the same room with him and to sit here and look at this. I don't know what he is. To look at this thing and know what he has done. And I mean, like I said, you could make your own details up. And like you mentioned earlier, like you usually go into court and trial and shit starts getting dropped. And you start being like, oh, I know it's going to happen.
Not like
so
the movies.
I cannot even imagine what we're going to hear. And I mean, that is none of what I'm looking forward to, wanting this to happen. And I don't know. I don't know if he's ever going to speak. It makes me sick that he sits there in his suits.
Yeah.
And he sits there and taps his hands and you're just sitting there and he, sits there and rocks back and forth in the chair. And I'm thinking, why is he sitting in a big old judge chair? Put him in a chair, I don't know why he's sitting in such a big, comfortable chair and all dressed up in a fresh haircut. And I've looked it up, never seen another murderer or whatever he is convicted. Up to this point of a case. Not in handcuffs, not in shackles, one or the other, or both, and in orange. I don't understand why he's sitting there.
Pre-trial.
Pre-trial, yeah.
Yeah, usually it's just during, like, with the jury there.
Yeah, because that's where they're biased. That's where they could be formed a bias.
And I'll tell you what, I do feel differently about the way there is, because, I mean, there is a different light that I feel shed on me when when I walk past the TV or something and his face will be on our screen or something. And when he's wearing orange versus like the original ones where he's in orange with his hair on the back of his neck and him all cleaned up. Not that I think he's nice looking or anything by all means, but it's
one's more like a business activity versus
two different people.
A criminal.
And they're just giving, and I'm just like, okay, and they're afraid that we're gonna, we're talking or saying something and gonna ruin the case, but you guys are letting him
portray himself.
Yeah, portray himself like this upperclassman and not bring him in wearing shackles or at least a pair of shackles around his ankles, at least.
Yeah, you don't want somebody accused of killing your daughter getting preferential treatment just because
I don't think he believes it.
Got more attention than
I don't
normal.
understand why.
You can tell she does, but I don't
understand why.
He still asks questions.
Who made that call?
Do you feel like sorry, my voice is going. Do you feel like the prosecution is giving you enough information at this point?
We get no information at all.
We find it out ourselves, and then
We don't get that sounds so. Yeah, we don't get any. They don't. Yeah, we don't get any information. Like, hey, by the way, I mean, they did let us know. By the way, the FBI is going back in the house. They're going to be in the house on Tuesday and Wednesday, or whatever.
which is good because when that happens,
But-
our phones will ring. You know, there's going to be people who reach out and say, "What's your comment?" And there has been times where we're like, we're not even sure what you're talking about.
But no, as
They've
far
done a
as-
better job of making sure that we get
as far
a
as
heads up.
things like, oh, like during, I thought maybe like they would tell, like maybe over the summer, like, hey, we just want to let you know that we've kind of put together a little task force, and this the next 2 weeks we plan on getting out in the low mountains or whatever, and searching for the murder weapon. No, we don't get or hey, we got no.
And I understand a lot of that.
I mean, I guess people say, that's crazy. They would never do that. I don't know, because I've never been involved in a murder before like this, obviously. So I don't know if it's crazy that we're asking for more information. I don't know, but we know just as much as always. We know just as much as the people.
See, it's funny because they won't say anything, and then when they find out that we know something, then they're like, tell us about that. And I'm like, oh, we could have told you about this a long time ago.
Right. There was an open.
Yeah, if there was a dialogue here,
Well,
why
we
is it
never
when you
pulled
know
that
that
anything
that we're onto something that's 100% that you've already verified, then you want to cross notes? So
I mean, in hindsight, I don't know who did what in the case. I don't know how much the FBI did versus ISP versus Moscow. I don't care. Kudos to all of them.
Yeah,
all
exactly.
of them.
Great job.
The investigators, our local guy, awesome. Payne, look,
Brett,
I mean, great.
Darren.
ISP, it doesn't matter. But now that it's in court and it's not, I mean, they did their work, and I'm assuming they still go out there, and I don't know. I mean, I can't imagine that that's all they do all day is just investigate the
Well, now it's
murder.
kind of shifted to the courtroom, and then that's where it gets
and
really
that's
quiet.
I mean, obviously they were quiet too. But they
I think
they did solve it.
the problem that we get more into is like, if you're going to do something that, like destroying the house, demo the house, that's something where I think the family should have been brought in and said, what is your guys' take on it? Because we all want to be one united front. Nobody wants to hurt the case at any shape. So I think there's a right time when you can say, hey,
Absolutely.
how can we make this a better transaction? The city needs to recover from this. We have business that we have to get to. Everything revolves around these schools. I get that. But when they just tell you, hey, we're going to do this, and then you say, well, we have questions and we want to know more information, and they're like, too bad. You're not going to get it, and then it kind of forces you to fight. So then you're like, all right, well,
And we've definitely come with plenty of questions, and some of them I'm like, we're not going to get an answer to that. We expect, but then sometimes I'm like, they're not going to answer that. Like, why won't they answer that? And it goes through our attorney. Everything goes through Shannon. And I feel like sometimes the prosecution team worries more about the university and the university's agenda.
Well, everybody.
Yep.
Mhm.
It's a small town. The university seems to be like the big business.
Yeah.
I think it's
And we
4,000,
understand.
5,000.
Exactly.
When they're
Exactly.
not in
Right. When they're not in
school.
Yeah.
But when they are, it's like 55.
Yeah.
So it really is like a
And we
extreme.
understand that they just can't lose the college.
We don't want that.
just can't go away because they're putting all their time and effort and money. But then maybe just not worry about fall recruitment for a year.
But they had the highest, biggest freshman class ever.
Did they?
Yeah. Like I was just
Yeah.
talking to someone about this at the courthouse. That I mean, they could, not ignore what happened. It almost would make more sense. I think.
It's more on the map now. I mean, there's more people. I've seen
Like,
a
no
lot
one's
of people
gonna forget about it, regardless of what.
and the footage. People are like, it's beautiful there. This small little town, you see it, and there's a lot of people are like, okay, well, it is a bad thing that happened, but look how they reacted.
Yeah.
This is how you want a community to react. They are offended, they're pissed off, and they're going about doing everything in their power to make sure that these kids are, they're going to get the form of justice that they deserve. Where that's not the case all across America. We have pockets of areas where they have that more killings in one weekend.
Yeah.
And it's not even on TV. So
Yeah.
I think some people look at that and they're like, you know what? Even though this tragedy happened, it wasn't a local, it was an outsider. There's not going to be outsiders that are all like that. It was just an extreme event from some misfit, and they'll probably never have an incident for decades to come.
Right.
And that's what we all hope for,
But with the house, you guys fought really hard. I'm sure it was uncomfortable at times to have to come out and speak out against the university and the prosecution.
I was like hiding under my bed the whole time.
Yeah,
him
but
and Shannon were out there, and I was like,
you were fighting it. And I could tell it was uncomfortable, but and they kept saying, but we don't need it anymore.
Yeah.
And then to see the FBI there again and all the boards taken off this week,
it was really hard.
I knew in my heart what was best for those girls and Ethan. I knew what was best was to keep that around until they did more. And there'll be a point when I'll be like, you know what? Let it go. Let it go.
And our agenda of keeping it around isn't because, it's going to be so sad when it's torn down. I mean, that is going to be sad to me. And people think, how can that tear it down? And it's just like, look, my daughter lived a happy life there. Yes, she was murdered there, ultimately murdered, but that was this much time. We have pictures of them in the house. When that house goes, it's going to be hard. I don't want to go in it. I've never even been to the house. I've never drove by it. I don't want to, but it's still going to be, when they're like, that house is gone, it is going to be very emotional for me. But that wasn't why, the emotional side of things. It was strictly like, is this good for the prosecution? Is this good for the case? And I like I said, we don't know any of this stuff, but reading, and they talk about how jury members walk through crime scenes and stuff like that. And I'm like, this is crazy.
And why take the chance? I mean, just why not just wait, even if it's...
Yeah, he said it already about the recruitment.
He said there is no evidentiary value in that.
Which is true. It's been that way.
Walls and flooring and the acoustics are not the same.
If anybody
points aren't the same.
the acoustic bothered me, and I was like, well, this guy was here 12 times that we have documented. I'm taking you for your word for what you've said. If he's there 12 times, where was he parking? And what could he see from those locations?
In the back.
Was
That's
he
what I'm
looking
saying.
through windows and seeing these people?
That's why I took you. You'll see what I'm saying.
That would explain.
The footage is done, everybody.
Was he there stalking? Was he obsessed with these individuals? So you can't tell me with the house being gone that you can give somebody the view of somebody parking right there, which is 200 feet away. You want to look.
I'm showing you the footage after this is over.
I see somebody walking through there right now. I can see it's a red shirt that they got on. They got a bandana on. Those little details of where, that's why he sat there for half an hour and then drove off. So those were the things that I wasn't sure that had been captured. So now that they are, it'll be less and less.
The stuff they're doing now is the same stuff they did before, and they're just doing it again, or brand new stuff. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they did before. I don't know what they're doing now. I do know that I feel like this time around they were a little careless because people did snap some photos, and I wasn't real happy. I mean, it was a photo of Maddie's room. Olivia sent it to me today, and I was like, whoa. It was a picture of Maddie's room and the walls cut out.
Yeah, and they told us about that, and that's they're trying to protect us.
We had not seen any of that, the cutout walls at all.
There's nothing as bad as what we'd seen with the mattresses and.
That's why I'm saying the audio inside.
Some pretty bad stuff.
There's no reason to
think they
test
actually
it
did a really good job getting the stuff out and escaping
because of
the
the
media
walls
for the
and part
most
of the
part.
floorboards missing. Everybody knows
Police
that.
officers went in there with
I
the
know when
U-Haul.
they removed the kids in the first place, people always ask about that, and they'll even ask us about it and stuff. And I'm like, ew, why are you like? Don't ask me this, you know. And then I start thinking, I'm like, yeah, I mean, yeah, they did that. Good. I'm so glad they don't have pictures of that. And I mean, they tried with the mattresses. I'm sure you saw those pictures, but they tried. You know, they were definitely like, get out of the way and let's get out of here with these. But that was, the mattresses tore me up. But
it just seems though, like, you know, I think some people.
What about the
question, like, oh, you
couch?
just kind of sit back and
What about the
quiet
ladder
this
that's still
process,
there? The
or,
couch is
you know,
gone, but what
have to,
about the
like, fight for
ladder?
your child?
You have.
And
Yeah.
it seems like, you know, you still have to be their voice.
you do.
Yeah,
And
there's
this kind of shows that.
Yeah.
Well, her, Olivia, Kaylee, you guys watched all those shows of like type of, you know, tragedies that had happened, and we've always wondered like why some cases that were the most interesting didn't get any cameras, no publicity, no nothing. They just fade off, and you never know. Now we know why, and it's if you just ignore the cameras, you don't give the opportunity for the people to see the story.
The bed was
So
against the
that's-
opposite
we don't
wall of
want
the
that to
window.
happen to these girls. To
So
where
that's how it
nobody
would have been
knows
caught.
what's really going on. I guess the more insight that they have, the more committed they are to make sure
The
that
wall
they
on
see
the
this through.
opposite
And the more
side.
people want to see it through, the more we can guarantee an outcome that is fair and justified. This is going to cost a massive amount of money to Idaho. So let it be a beaconing for everyone to see when somebody comes here and hurts our kids. We're fully committed. We're fully committed to those kids to make sure that they get the justice that they deserve.
Do you have any preference if the trial should stay in Latah County, or a lot of people think it should move? They're worried about, you know, too many people being familiar with the case.
I don't, I mean, I wanted to go to Boise just because that really puts a hardship on us, and we plan on being there. If we didn't plan on being there, I'd be like, I don't care, move it anywhere. You know, I think he's done wherever you put this. I think you can go anywhere in the United States and he'd be done. I think he's guilty, and I think
Evidence is evidence, regardless of the community. That
it might be circumstantial, but when you got 30 little circumstantial points, it all.
I've never heard DNA is circumstantial ever.
No, it's the wall that is part of the bathroom wall.
That comes to Kootenai County, which is us, and I think that would be fantastic because we've already talked about, you know, leaving our jobs, pulling our kids out of school, you know, for the duration of the trial, renting a house down there. I mean, we have small dogs, taking the dogs, and literally, I mean, we're not going to go back and forth every day. There's no way.
I guess people don't. I never really think about that, like what you said about having to take the vacation time and like having to really plan your whole life around all of these hearings.
Yep. I'm up to where I'm maxed, so I'm taking this vacation because I'm gonna lose it. But I had to max myself up in case the speedy trial happened, so I haven't taken a vacation in 2 years.
I've already for the year I've already used all my sick time. I've already called in. I mean, yeah, I don't even have any sick time left, so yeah.
But
it's okay.
There's different responsibilities for us.
Yeah. Just being in your house, there's so many pictures and stuff that people send you. And like everybody supports you guys. Does that help?
Totally. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I love when I'll just go into a food place here in town and somebody will tap me on the shoulder and say, "Hey, Steve." And a lot of people know me from football and coaching in the community. She works at a school. I work at a hospital. So everybody definitely makes you feel like you picked the right place to live.
And our page, we get so much love on our, you know, our family page. It's insane.
Worldwide,
you know? I mean, yeah. The comments, I mean, I could just read them forever and ever and ever and ever. I read them before I go to bed. I read them in the morning. When I get up, I always have a little bit of quiet time before, you know, start moving around, and I open it up and read the comments, and there is a lot of amazing people out there.
People really feel connected to you guys.
And I feel it, that it's sincere. It's not just, you know, I mean, people tell us they cry with us, that they share our grief, and they say, you know, I know we can never bear the burden, but we do. Like our family has cried over this. We talk about this. We follow this. This has affected us. you know, I mean, and not just one family. I mean, a lot of people.
Daily. There's some family.
There's always somebody. I mean, we get cards still, letters. I mean, handwritten letters from 92-year-old women. You know, I'm a grandma, I have 30 kids, and you know, and this and that, and just going on, and I'm sorry it's taken me so long.
It is the shower wall.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding?
I'll show you guys.
But I
It is the
finally
shower
just
wall.
had to do it. I just couldn't take it anymore, and just
And it's super helpful too, because having eyes and ears all across the world, they pick up things that you would not, you know, you never see a story. We've gotten photos, videos from her friends that she grew up with that we would never have seen those photos. We've never would have got those videos. So that in itself was worth anything that we've gone through, as far as somebody leaving a jerk comment or something like that. It doesn't bother me, but knowing that I'm going to get photos that I never would have got, and see people share, you know, experiences and things that they did with our daughter. There's stories that we would have never known about. You know, you want to know everything about your daughter.
You don't know them all down in college town, who she knew, and people say, hey, I just want to let you know that one night we were at a party and I actually met Kaylee and she played beer pong with me or something, you know, and it's just like, thank you for that. You know, you could totally visualize it. You could totally picture it.
And pictures with it, you know.
Well, you mentioned like going through her phone, like there was pictures and.
Well, I was going through my messages with her on my phone.
On your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Just going through old messages.
Yeah.
We're trying to get her phone.
I can't wait to get hers one day, someday.
That's all still in evidence, obviously.
Some people got backups, but we never got one. There was more complications with Kaylee's phone. So.
But going through your old messages.
Yeah, I just did. I haven't gone back and read through them, and over the weekend I started reading, scrolling through.
That was interesting.
Some of our messages.
More
I could have my phone
complications
out.
with
Kaylee
Kaylee's phone.
Dad, we're taking photos. Yeah, any of the girls will do that.
And you literally be like, "Oh my gosh, will you stop taking photos?
And
like,
then
is
they
that all
just-
you do?"
And then you send them to their
And I
phone.
mean, and she'd be like, you know, and I'd be like, "Oh my god," you know, I'd be like, "Stop! Like, don't get away!" You know, like I run
Different
and hide
generation.
from the camera. Yes, and I'm like, I'm so thankful. Like, I yelled at her so many times, be like, "Put your phone away now! Don't you snap another picture."
Do you still? I think you mentioned to me, like, did you or do you still text her phone? I mean,
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah, she hasn't got it turned off.
So you pay the bill.
Yeah. And
I
we hope to get it back. We eventually should get it back.
Is it comforting texting her?
Yeah, it's usually.
Wow, they haven't got it back yet?
Yeah. It just sucks because you just want her to reply so bad. So bad. And I go to our last message all the time, you know? And it's just crazy to me because I remember exactly where I was, what I was doing, what we were talking about. Me and Steven were out when she sent me that picture. And I would have never known that Kaylee would be dead in 12 hours from that picture. And Maddie. Never. Both of them laughing their butts off.
Yeah, most parents don't get, for better or worse, we see the very last moments all the way. It was like a camera was following them around. Like,
it was,
that's why I feel
food
like
truck
so
video.
many people relate to two girls laughing, one waving her arm, and they're talking about boys. Then they were over at a club, and there's other boys there, and they're going and getting grub food, and she's like, "Oh, don't worry, I'll share it with you." It just seemed like you're watching their lives as it was just part of your life, and then you know what it ends. You know how it ends, and you're just like, "There's."
To know that he knew what he had planned, his plan, he was planning it out right then and there as they were eating. He was planning on their murder. Right then and there. I mean, he was getting himself all hyped up, all dressed, packing his little bag.
And our children know.
Sickening.
Killing someone is just, that's God's decision. He decides when people come and go. You've got to be pretty you got to be careful when you decide that. I know it's somebody's job, and that's a different circumstance when they go to war or they're a police officer. But as our kids, and they get mad and they say something, dirty or ugly to their siblings, we're like, no. You don't wish any of that on anyone, because that's just not acceptable. You got to apologize. I remember lining the kids up and making them apologize, and them getting so mad at me for making them do stuff. I try to embarrass them, make them do it in public, in front of people.
Make them kiss.
Yeah, make them kiss.
Kiss him on the cheek.
You got to kiss your brother, and he'd just be like,
He didn't want it either. He's just like, no, like this is miserable for both of us. I don't want to kiss her. I don't want her lips on me.
You guys are so inspiring as a family, like, and even just the two of you, your relationship, like, just in the world we live in, there's a lot of people, marriages don't seem like yours, and especially with everything you've been through. I mean, that's nice to see,
Well, I guarantee you could come back in 20 years, and if we're not dead, we'll still be together.
Yeah.
I ain't going nowhere.
I met her in college, and same type of thing that was going on with our kids, just going through that part of their lives, and we wanted them to go through the same thing. And it was
he was in college, I was in high school.
Yes, it's
true.
Different. A little bit different, but we made it through that, and we know that statistically this is super hard on all the parents' relationships. So we don't avoid it. We don't talk about it. We all come together and spend time as a family, make sure that we're listening to everyone.
We actually really have not argued at all, really, about, I get a, little scared sometimes when him and Shannon start going on tyrants here and there. And I'm like, you guys are scaring me,
Yeah.
Because it's just, like you said, it's awkward, and it feels very not normal. Like you're not supposed to go call out the prosecutor or call out, so I'm like,
it's my daughter. Yeah. Nobody tells me.
But,
yeah,
I'm a scaredy cat when it comes to that kind of stuff, but I'll do it. Don't make me do it. I will get ugly, but, I just can't.
99% of the time, it's all positive. It's just the times where you think maybe decisions being influenced by, pressures outside of what's best for the case, that you got to put your foot down and say, okay, if you don't want to share what's going on here, then we'll be forced to make a statement. We'll have to do what's best for our daughter. That we really have to take that stance.
Mm-hmm.
There's nobody else that can do it at the same attention level that I think we can. Nothing against a prosecutor or anything, but I just don't know if they just can't be committed like a parent. A parent is we're willing to do whatever we have to do. So
maybe they are.
Yeah.
Maybe they are.
I hope so. I would love to.
We talk
underestimate.
About that. We do too. We're like, well, we hope.
Yeah.
Well, I think a lot of us, at least in the media, underestimated the police during the time.
We did.
So maybe it'll be the same kind of situation.
Well, we talked with them one-on-one, and they, you looked at them and said, please just tell me that there's going to be somebody. And they stepped out of their comfort zones to comfort Christy and the families, to like, hey, we're on top of this. We got it. We're going to.
And they did. Know. That was the only thing that I left that day when we met with them. It was I believe it was December 13th. And
it made a big impact on you.
I'm going to ask you both. I said, who's in charge here? They told us. And I said, I'm going to ask you about the same question. How do you feel 0 to 100% that this case will be solved? And I asked him, and he said, he looked at me and he said 100%. And then I said, your turn. And he looked at me, and the second one looked at me very intensely. The first guy did too, but that look that I got from
don't say because I won't get nobody.
I know, and I was like, and that was right around the time that they were swirling his name around, and he said, 100%, this will be solved. And I was like, that's all I need to know. And I had some peace in my heart for about a minute. and then I went back to, they got nothing. But I was like, I think they got something. I'm like, no, the way he looked at me, I'm telling you, And then, but yeah, you lose. You lose hope.
Well, I don't know if you felt like you lost it. It's just.
Well, think about it. They were probably just as excited. They were probably just as excited as Ellie was about the car in Oregon, you know? And then when that went bust, and like they said earlier in this interview, it's about the enrollment. It's about the enrollment. So when the Oregon car went bust, had to do something, you know? Had to do something.
It's easy to fall into the negativity when, that's
putting your trust into someone else, you know?
Yeah. That's true.
And I do regret, and I do wish I could see him again and hug him. I haven't been able to see him and hug him and tell him, you know what?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I do remember that.
That helps a parent.
I don't know if you remember
when this is all
looking at me.
over,
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
at the end of the trial, hopefully you'll have that moment.
Yeah.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
Does that kind of stuff happen?
I think so. Yeah.
Is that
definitely?
kind of?
Yeah.
We talked about it. I told him. I said, "You guys nailed this. Get this done. Dinner, beers on me."
Yeah.
We'll go and
Yeah, they
we'll,
did. He said
we'll
no,
laugh.
they did.
We'll laugh about some of the struggles and some of the the conflicts that.
And he goes, he said, I can't wait till I could tell you everything.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
He did.
And I grew up in a very competitive, does about this tall, playing sports and everything. I always had a coach who told me, even if you thought you had the greatest game, you could get better. So I take that type of approach to this case. Even if we have the greatest day, we get it. But is there more? Is there more? Like seeing the FBI there today is the type of thing that makes me feel like I don't like to see it boarded up, locked up, and not know that. Well, know that. I didn't see cameras filming through all the windows. Didn't see all. Now I see those things, and now I can let those things go.
Yeah.
And hopefully they are in there finding more evidence or something new. I mean, that would be amazing.
I feel like you've seen that community. We're gonna get, the ideal guy to get on that jury is a farmer who doesn't even have cable TV.
Yeah.
So to tell him he's got to watch a 3D render, it never made me feel right. A farmer is going to be like, no, I want to see it. I want to touch it. No, you guys can show me all this computer stuff all you want, but it's not real to me. I want to look through that window. I want to hear a dog barking from inside that house. So that's why I was like, I don't know if boarding it up this quick during the middle of the winter is the ideal thing. And I think now with those guys going in there, that's exactly what makes me feel comfortable that when it does go down, then I don't look back and always think about what could have happened. Now it's done. So it's just things like that.
Do you have any questions, Lauren?
I mean, I know that and you can answer this, Brian, but I know we've talked about that we still feel like there's so much more that we don't know that's going to come out whenever this trial starts.
Mm-hmm.
Is that kind of how you guys feel?
Mm-hmm.
And what does, and what is,
It's
that like?
Are you gonna?
Yeah. No, you can just answer it. That's fine. Yeah.
I think it's scary. I'm scared.
You don't want to hear something that.
Well, yeah. I mean, because you can't. I mean, and like I said, my mind will go. Give me a little, and unfortunately, my mind will go there, and I'm scared what I will hear. I think it's going to be terrifying. I think it's going to be absolutely terrifying. And is it mentally good? Obviously it's not mentally good for me at all. Or healthy? No. And I've thought about like, maybe I shouldn't go and be there. I mean, there are days that I won't be, photos, I'm out. But I feel I have to be there for Kaylee. I feel like I have to. Like she'd be like, Mom, get up and get your butt in court now. Like she went through that.
At least we can be there to make sure that it.
But I think hearing the details, if they come out, or the prosecution's got to paint a picture. Even the picture that they paint, I mean, it's probably going to be fairly accurate, I would think, for the most part.
We could talk to Thompson, the prosecution, and say, hey, all you have to do is look at us and we can leave.
There's just no way that a ton of stuff is going to come out. I think a ton. And sometimes I just lay in bed and think about that.
Yeah, they're going
Honestly,
to
just think,
retrace
oh.
his steps. People are going to be shocked about how
I'm going to show you guys.
sophisticated this investigation was, I think.
I'm going to show you guys some footage. Trust me. We got another hour and some of footage here. I'm going to show you guys maybe an hour and a half of different things. Not everything I got, but there's some things I'm going to show you.
The caste system, what I've seen of that is going to blow people away. The tilting of the phone, all that stuff now can be used to give a picture that people don't realize. So I think there's some brilliant people working on this case, and they're going to lay out a full picture of things that lay out to a point where you're going to walk through this and you're going to relive it. And that will, I think it'll be pretty clear by the end of the case, the verdict.
I think the details are going to be what led up to it, or, you know, when he got eyes on him, or one of them, both of them, someone, how he picked that. I mean, I think it's just going to be very haunting, very just a nightmare.
Yeah,
just an average
the
person's.
motive, I think, because we don't really have that
Yeah.
yet, so that will all be.
And I think his motive, which is weird, I think his motive was he wanted to do it. He
wanted
wanted to murder.
Yeah. Well, he did want
I
to
know
be
that's, you know, like, but why did he want to murder? Well, he wanted murder because he wanted to see what it felt like, because he's a weirdo. I don't know. Just.
Well, he wanted to be a police officer, and probably.
Well, I don't think most police officers want to murder people.
No, but he
and
wanted.
Especially that way.
It was part of his.
We got about 20 minutes left of this interview, everybody. I appreciate you hanging out with me during this. Maddie's dad also had an interview as well at a local Starbucks in Coeur d'Alene. When it comes to the footage, though, I'm just going to go ahead and give you an update on what I'm going to be showing you guys. I'm going to be showing you the route of the PCA from BK's parking lot all the way to 1122 in the back of the property. I'm going to be showing you video and photos of the back of the property to give you an idea of why somebody would have went there, not parked out in front. I'm going to be showing you a little snippet of the stairs that lead up to 1122 to show you guys. I'm also going to show you the fire hydrant, and next to it that there's no stairs there as well. And then I'm going to show you the route he not only should have took if he was updated on this forensic digital footprint data. He wouldn't have driven like you'll see how I'm driving you guys on the route according to the PCA. I'm going to show you the route that I said this person would have taken, even him, if he really did know about the digital footprint, which he did. And I'm going to show you why I've said this whole time, not only the person had to have been chilling in the back with the exact foliage from a year ago, but also if it really was BK, this is the route he would have took and would have went back. Just wait. That'll be coming up here in about 25 minutes.
Goodness.
His fantasy was to be
Yeah.
in that situation.
I got so much footage, everybody. It's crazy.
But yeah, I mean, some of the details I look forward to, because it would be nice to put it to rest. But I don't know if I would put it to rest, that your brain ponders it. How did they cross paths? How? I want answers. I want to know. You know, why can't you just tell us that? I mean, I get it, but I mean, it's just such a simple question, you know, and
just how he was able to do that so quickly.
Yeah.
In the house.
Yeah.
You know, it's so brutal.
Yeah. I mean, what, 15 minutes? 4:04 to 4:17 or something? And people say, "Oh, it's not possible. It's not possible." Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
He was on a mission.
I think they'll
He
redo
was
those
on a
steps.
mission. He went boom, 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 straight
Yeah, and
upstairs.
adrenaline, and
And it's both victims are right next to
I
each
mean,
other.
sit for 14 minutes. Just sit. Put your clock on. And me and Olivia have done that before. And be like, just sit inside. We're just going to sit here. And I mean, we're like, how long has it been? And she was like, 7 minutes. I'm like, okay. 11 minutes. Like, that's a long time. So you think it is, people are like, no way. Yeah, way. I'm not thinking anybody new will be introduced to the case in that way, like an accomplice or anything like that. You can't get somebody to get on that MO with you. No way. No way. I mean, Bonnie and Clyde, okay, that was a little different, but yeah, you're not getting, somebody's not getting on that crazy train with you. You're going to say, you're crazy. You are crazy.
Yeah, that would have come out by now, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Mistrust between the two. I mean,
think?
and you're gonna throw this person under the bus the first statement you say.
And I don't worry about him, but my mind also thinks too that one day he's just going to say, we're backed in the corner. All of our emotions have been heard. We're done. I'm looking like a straight up fool right now because, we got nothing. He can't even come up with an alibi. Let's talk about that for a minute. What happened with that? It was due.
Yeah,
It was
Idaho
due.
law
It was
says
due.
you
It was
have to
due.
give your alibi.
It was extended. It was
Or
extended. It was extended.
they explained to us, or you can't use one. So that would mean he couldn't say.
So right there. And then I was driving around. Yep, that was my white car that drove. Yep, that was me. But I didn't go in and kill those kids. Yep, that's my.
You can't come
that's
up with
on
an alibi
the cam.
in the courtroom. He just has to say.
Don't know how my sheath got there. I mean,
if he pled guilty and said, "I'll plead guilty in exchange for a life sentence," have you thought about that?
Yeah, I don't want that because I do know I studied the criminal system and the difference between life in prison, even if it's 20, 30 years, he's 23 hours locked up. He doesn't get to do what is it,
BTK killer?
PTK.
Or whatever.
We've found out that he writes papers for other prisoners and gets treated really well because he's intelligent and he's able to help other prisoners get preferential treatment through the legal system. We don't want that type of behavior to happen in our case where he has influence outside of this event. So
that's been a hard one, though. I mean,
he could write a book. He can do things. Idaho doesn't have a law particular that protects against that.
The hard thing with that question, honestly, is that's where you forget, and I don't know how it's possible, but you forget that there's 3 other families involved here. We're not the only ones. It's not just. I'm like, this is not a one.
One crime fits all.
This is.
Right.
This isn't just our daughter.
Right. Some
and I
might
know
not
that
want to go through the trial.
I know some of the other families definitely would be, yes, like, let's go. Where do I sign? And I understand that. 100%. 100% I understand that. But you know what? Ultimately, it's not our call. I mean, they might ask us our opinion like they did on the death penalty. And we'll give it. But just because, our opinion is yay or nay doesn't mean that, that's what we get.
And we have talked with the families to the point where we're like, let's never let this get so angry or ugly that we got to respect that we're all different. I'm going to fight crazy and you're not going to agree with the way that I do things, but my heart's in the same place that your heart's at. You just have a different way of constructing your energy, and that's fine. I'm not asking you to be me, and I hope that you can understand that I'm going to be a different individual, different parent than you are. And we can all just agree that we're going to have different takes on it. Maddie's, her mom, Karen, there's certain things that she's like, I hope this isn't, changing it. We're like, no, not at all. If you want to do a certain direction or you don't want to do a certain activity.
My love for Karen and Scott will never die. And that's a promise I make to both of our girls. Never, ever, ever. None of this legal stuff, no matter how left or right we go or left or right she goes or they go.
Yeah, I think people just grieve in different ways too.
Yeah, we're going to love.
I told Karen that. I said, we can't even agree on everything. How could we, expect us agree on everything?
Because I'm right, she's wrong.
Because I think at first, with everything, the second that the girls died, it was like, what are you guys doing? We don't care. We'll do whatever you want. Whatever you guys, like, I mean, everything. We were like, we just kind of handed the torch back and forth.
Mhm.
Whatever. We'll do whatever you guys are doing, and, and then
It's a year later now.
Things are definitely not complicated by any means.
Yeah,
with
we still have dinners and things.
Yeah. I mean, but obviously bigger questions come up and beliefs and things like that. So things do come up, and and it's fine. It's fine, but I don't know.
We promised to have a vacation all together when this is done with, because I tell her when this is done, I'll never talk to another TV station. I'll never do another. I will disappear, and I will be glad then when nobody recognizes and I don't have to do it. I can deal with it here in this, but I already told you one of the places that I'm going, and I hope to just find a place to just be a part of the community and just kind of disappear and just go fishing and hang out and be around.
And he can go on that trip, and he's going with our son, and I think that's great for them, and I'm super glad that he just is off my butt trying to make me go, because I think that I'd have a panic attack if I would go that far away. I'd be like, like I would lose.
We went to Priest Lake, and she was having a hard time, and that's just
I get a little
couple
panicky,
hours.
and it's terrible. I've never been that way. People that say, I have panic attacks or anxiety things. Oh my God, stop. Like, get a hold of yourself. Like,
My kids make you panic.
Anxiety attacks. It's real. It is real. I mean, I have had a few. Yep.
She'll just wake up and she's like, I'm having one. And I'm
I've had 3. And I literally wake up like just panic. I can't breathe. I'm like, I'm literally shaking uncontrollably. I'm trying to but I learned the first 2 were bad. He almost took me to the hospital. We were up in Priest Lake, and he was like, Christy, you need to get a hold of yourself. Breathing is the trick. Just trying to control that breathing. And
the crazy thing is she doesn't have anything on her mind. Right. So if I came up and I had some vivid dream, then I'd be like, okay, I could, but she's just like, I'm like, what's going on? What are you thinking? She's like, nothing. And I'm like, well, clearly something's going on, but
maybe you just bottled it up and
it just expresses.
I don't know.
She's cuckoo.
I do have some really terrible dreams, and that that sucks. And they're always about Kaylee. Always.
Not always. You had one about Autumn this morning.
Well, that she was saying, it's cold, let me in the house. That was a little creepy. That was about Autumn this morning at my back door.
It's winter.
It seems like it would be hard to really try to figure out how to move on with your life when the trial is.
You can't.
I mean, how are you supposed
That's
to?
what I said. That's what I said to him. I'm like, I cannot move on right now. I cannot go on vacation. Don't take me too far away from my house. I mean, I'm glad that I don't work far.
Your whole life's pending, and you're hoping for a schedule. You're hoping for dates. That's why our legal counsel is so adamant on let's get some dates. He knows the families want their lives back. They need to have dates set in court, even if it gets postponed. We understand that, but knowing that these dates are laid out and they're not just today was a good example. It came out of nowhere. And then it basically ended with, we'll look at it. We're not exactly sure what we're looking at. Do we look at it all at once or do we look at it separately? It's a lot of discovery right now. And we were hoping discovery would be over a year later. But we're not complaining that.
The Zoom today, I knew we were going to get a date, a scheduling date for this FBI stuff, but I was definitely December 1st. What is it? Is it December 1st or 2nd? I mean, I was literally oh my gosh, I just lost it. I just was I just cannot believe and everybody was just Christy, it's better than yesterday. Yesterday you guys had nothing, because yesterday we got the court date. So on Friday we were so what's next? Right. Nothing. We hear nothing, and then all of a sudden they dropped the bomb yesterday that court tomorrow or something like that. And we're yay,
It's very.
And then
it's like a roller coaster.
So I'm and I'm you're right. It is a little. I mean, we're getting there.
Outside
but these
perspective.
Months are torture, at least for me, because I mean, I feel like part of it is I just torture myself with them, and I'm just like, I get that date in my head, and I'm like, just reverse. I just try to get through the weeks. I'm like, just get through the weeks, you know.
And I get active. I get involved. I know that I can find
and I just
more
want to pull the covers up over my head and just be like, just leave me alone. Where are my dogs? Just.
I know you mentioned that that you guys wanted to get like her phone back. Is there anything else that like you guys were like, oh my gosh, I would love to have this?
We asked for a list of the things that they had to take. Because we know of some things like a laptop, an Apple laptop, and a couple of things. We couldn't even get them to give a list. So
of things that they had. And I mean, maybe it sounds stupid, but I don't really know why Kaylee's phone is evidence. Like, what is on? So it makes me think, what is on it?
Yeah, that makes you go cuckoo.
Yeah. I mean, I'm like, okay, what is on it?
Her speaker, it's kind of unusual item not to give back. The laptops, multiple laptops, not just one. All electronics, it seems like they've kept of hers. So and her bake records, the amount of records on Kaylee was probably, I think, fairly to say was more than the other victims. So curious where that's going to come.
If we got like her wallet. Like,
we got things from her room. Her room really was a part of it.
I'm talking about like her wallet with her ID in it and her debit card. And
we have those items.
We have her ID.
She had so many IDs. It's hard to. She had a lot of college IDs, a lot of high school IDs. So I don't know if I actually. We all had a lot of IDs.
That's crazy. The records, multiple devices. They back to the phone again. Doesn't understand about the phone again. The speaker. It's something odd.
I actually haven't gone through. My thing is because I'm very good about like just pretending like things didn't happen and like put it out of my head and pretend. And that's what I do with Kaylee's stuff. Because we brought everything home. Well, we got a bunch of stuff home and I went through like 2 things and 2 boxes and I literally couldn't go to work for like 3 days. I mean, I literally was like smelling everything and just like sitting on the floor and my mom and his mom were like, we're going to go just get it up in Kaylee's room. Okay. So, I mean, I went to my room and I'm like, everybody just leave me alone and get away from me. And they packed it up there and put it all away. And then, I have not gone through any of it at all besides those 2 boxes. And I don't want to go through any of it. I don't know why. It just is so hard to go through that stuff. And when we went down to the house or that little storage house that they had for us to go through, that was so hard to see their rooms like set up in this house and get the rest of their things. Wow. So it was Kaylee's room. Kaylee was bedroom number 2. And I was like, my daughter doesn't even have a name. She's bedroom number 2. So everything marked bedroom number 2 was Kaylee. And that was hard. That was really hard. That was last summer. But I've only been up to Kaylee's room. I mean, it's right up there, right at the top of the stairs. I've only been up there twice. And neither time was for any amount of time. It was like in and out. Oops, in and out. Once was when Olivia was here and
she's a fortress. She doesn't want the other girls to steal her clothes.
I don't want anybody going through her stuff at all. I'm just like, get out of there. Why are you wearing that? That's Kaylee's. That's all we have. That is it, you know. And it's just real. It's just so real sometimes. And
yeah, grieve in their own certain way.
It's just the worst. that somebody could do this to somebody's family. So many families, you know.
But on the brighter side, when we do get those phones and we do get those laptops, we will have photos and memories that have been hidden from us.
Yeah, because I'm sure she has a ton of selfies.
Yeah, for sure.
And you'll just have to I feel like you'll know when the time is right for you, when you want to go in there.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I'm like, I don't.
Yeah, you got to know yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, my mother-in-law's been really working on it. She's here with us, and she's been really working on getting it kind of. I'm like, I just want it to be like she left it. I wish I would have saw exactly how she left it, because things have been put in there and stored in there since, or pretty much her stuff.
All boxes.
So she's trying. She's like, I remember, because she stays up there, and she was here when Kaylee passed away. And she was like, I remember. Do you want me to get it? Like, I can remember. And I'm like, yes, I want to see it. So she's there, and she's like, I want you to come up and see it. And I'm just like, I've been like,
She put the TV where her TV was, and her pictures.
And I'm just like,
and it was kind of Maddie's room too, because there was always Maddie stuff over in a certain corner.
Yeah.
All the pink was in one corner, and so.
Yeah, Cheryl just. And she understands, though, she's not trying to push, but she said, it helps me, actually. She goes, I wasn't super reluctant about going in there, but it actually helps me, to go in there, but it is hard too. It's just like the car, seeing the car. It's a constant reminder, I had a blanket. I took a blanket to work with me, and it was a beautiful blanket that somebody sent to us as a gift, and it was covered in squares of Kaylee and Maddie, all the best pictures ever. All the front was when they were younger, and all the back was all college days. And I would fold it perfectly so then it looked like a movie strip thing, and I kept it on the back of my chair. And I'm getting up 100 times a day, and it's like life size, I had to take it down. After about a week, I'm like, I can't. I said, I'm gonna have to put you away. I said, I just can't. I love that blanket, but I'm like, it just is like, boom, you just turn around, and her and Maddie just, life size. And I'm like, I'll get you back out. But that constant, I don't need a constant reminder. I already have one,
That visual on top of it.
Yeah. But yeah, and my friends were at work. We're like, well, yeah, then put it away, for sure. And I'm like, I think I'm going to have to, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
No, I don't think you're crazy.
I don't know.
You're a mom.
Yeah.
It's hard.
I think when the time is right for you, you'll know, when you want to go in a room, or, it's like.
Yeah, I mean, I hope, because I think Kaylee would want me to go in there.
She can't even go in her
room. Go through her
room.
things and smell her stinky sweatshirts and stuff. But I don't know.
You can't rush it. Just take your time, and just always put yourself in her position. If you were gone and she
That's what everybody always tells me, and I'm like, that doesn't help me.
So she was looking at pictures of you, and it was making her upset, and she's like, Mom, I'm gonna have to put this in the closet for a day. Would you wait? No, you need to deal with my photo.
I would be like, Kaylee,
I'm not that bad.
You're really gonna put me in the dark closet?
Well, then
But I love you.
I mean, you've got her pictures everywhere. I don't think she's gonna
right.
feel
And the
like
kids
she's
are already
not-
like, Mom, things
Yeah.
are getting a little shiny around
Yeah,
here. And I'm like,
yeah.
and I'm like, no, okay. Like,
How many Kayleys have you done?
I'm like, it's not.
Just trying to help her out too.
Oh.
Perfect.
So you can see there was a little bit of laughter at the end there. It's nice to see Christy and Steve smile. But just being in their home, you can tell this is something that they're living every day, that their entire family is living, and that all the victims' families are living. Some are more private than others. Everybody grieves in different ways, but it's really just a difficult time. So my heart goes out to all of them, especially at the 1 year mark. In terms of the court case, there's no significant update right now. There's not another.
Yeah, there is none. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and show this here. Give me 1 second. Okay. So this is when it comes to this photo, all right? We'll zoom it up like that. All right. Now it's just my personal opinion. I'm not saying this is exact, but in my personal opinion, this wall right here was probably the wall that was taken out, right? The one with the bed up against it, right? Because when you listen to the parents' interview on that CBS special, they were discussing how she was trapped because of the wall. So that had to be the wall. Now, when you're looking at that and you go to the bathroom next door, that wall would be where the shower and this shelf is right here. So if you go back to this photo, the head of the bed, the top half of the bed is where that shower is. So yes, you guys were correct in what I was thinking as well. I also think it was that wall that the bed was against, and the reason that there was a picture taken of it was, remember, they had that, they removed the plywood. They removed the plywood from the windows. Remember when they were done, there was people hammering that plywood back on the windows, okay? So the reason that a photo would have been able to get a picture of that wall missing is because it would have been able to take a photo through this window right here and take a photo of this wall right over there on the other side. So there's that. All right. Do you guys want to watch Ben Mogan's sit-down interview first? It's about a half hour. Or do you want to see some of the footage, which will probably take a little over an hour? And then we can watch Ben Mogan's interview after that. So we can watch the interview first and then get into the footage, or get into the footage and then watch that interview. And I got plenty more footage, so even when I get back to the studio, we're going to be having footage. It's great. There's so much footage. Pictures, too. I'll sit here a minute and let you guys type in which one. Footage. All right, we're gonna do it. All right, so this first video is gonna be right outside BK's apartment, okay? Let me make sure I got it, because I got it all written down. All right. All right, so here's BK's apartment right here. Here, let me get rid of my face. So there's BK's apartment, okay? There it is, right? Isn't that video freaking clear as shit? Hopefully it is, because I see StreamYard's only giving me 1 bar. All right. So there's the first. Now, now remember, BK was supposedly a loner. BK was supposedly a loner. So what I did, if he's a loner, if he's a loner and he's an incel, then he's not going to be parking right up next in front, right? No. He's going to park him back. So this is further back, right? Just to kind of add a little effect to it. This is further back. So if he's an incel, he's going to be parked further back. Now this is the route BK took according to the PCA. Enjoy. This is the exact route according to the PCA. What a beautiful day it was. And when I get back to the studio, I'll be able to upload the crystal clear video. I'm just streaming from Pullman internet connection. So you know how that is. This is according to the PCA. And you'll see I took you exactly. This is when it comes to Stadium Way in Nevada, you'll see what BK did, supposedly, according to the PCA. No, I'm still here. Nope, I'm still here. I love how I got that sun. It's awesome. I love it. This is according to the PCA. Okay, now according to the PCA, his vehicle was first spotted going north on Nevada, then south on Nevada. So you'll see what he supposedly did right here. This is the intersection that he was supposedly surveilled, going north on Nevada, which I'm going to turn north on Nevada, then back south on Nevada, heading towards 270, which I am going to do. So according to the PCA, his car was surveilled going this direction. Oh, trust me, just Amber, I'm going to show at the very end, I'm going to show you the route he would have took. Trust me. I've been saying it since the beginning, now I get to show you. I was waiting for a vehicle. Yes, I'm going to show you the route he would have. I'm saying it from the beginning. Number one, I'm going to show you where they would have parked. And then I'm going to show you the route he would have took and took back if he really did commit this crime. And it was about avoiding all that. So now he was caught on surveillance going south, east on Nevada. So that'll be coming up. Then turned towards 270. So now he was surveilled going southeast on Nevada, heading towards 270. So now he's heading on 270. By the gas station that picked him up, heading this direction on 270. So now we're on 270 heading to Moscow. More cameras. More cameras. Gas station. I don't know about that, Kelly. That's where he supposedly turned his phone off, according to the PCA. Now, these directions coming up are based off of surveillance. And we'll also be letting you know the roads as we turn on them. Again, this is according to the PCA. Thank you, Detective. I'm only running off one bar. When I get back to the studio, it'll be a lot better. I'll actually be able to upload the videos themselves on their own, but those will be for members. Thank you, Bianca. I appreciate your kind words. I got a lot of stuff for you guys. I was busy. Still am. Got a lot of stuff to show you guys. better than Google Maps, right? See the terrain? Kelly. This is the new Google guy. This is Google guy 4D. Oh shit, hold on. I need a better holder for my camera. Because it's at an angle upward. So it does that. It's just time to time though. This is the route. Heading 270 to Moscow. According to the PCA. Well, I did way more than that, whatever. This was about documenting the PCA route. Oh, it is dark. It's a bumpy road, too. It is dark in the middle of the night, trust me. I could barely even, when I was doing the route at night, I could barely even see the street signs. It's all them damn bumps. The road's bumpy. Shake the camera and get it out of focus. All right, now we're about to enter into Moscow. We're still in the Washington side here, just about to cross over. Now entering Moscow. Welcome to Idaho. Welcome to Moscow. All right, so your university is already on the right side. And I got so many places and so much footage. I'm not showing it all tonight. I'm just showing you this part. This is just today's, some of today's. I have a lot more of every day, actually. Again, this is according to the PCA. No, it's not at all. University all along the right side. So here, basically already drove past the road that would have been necessary to get to the house. Going the extra long way. I mean the extra long way, and you'll see what I mean. Right after he got into Moscow, he could have literally took a right and been at that property. This is all extra. This is all extra. Look at that. Cameras, 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 cameras. If you study digital footprints, you know about all the cameras that you done drove by already. This is according to the PCA. Not only the street cameras, think about all the surveillance cameras on these businesses, right? All the surveillance cameras on the businesses. Okay, now according to the PCA, this is where BK turned. According to the PCA. Then turned here, Jackson Street, which is Highway 95 / what was 8. Think of all of these businesses. See the cameras? Those ones aren't sticking out. See the camera? Cameras, cameras, cameras. Now 8 keeps going, 95 turns to the right. And we're going to keep going on 8, according to the PCA. Still heading on 8 south. I took this way to go to the property. I'm going to show everybody where we're at in a second. All right. Now see this mobile gas station, okay? This mobile gas station is the mobile gas station where that vehicle that somebody took a picture of that shows the white car, okay? Now I'm going to show you guys on a map real quick. We're going to take a small couple-second break. I'm going to show you on the map where we're at, all right? So let me screen share this. All right. So right now, went from Steptoe Apartments, right, down here, followed here, and all of this way, right? Could have literally turned right off of 8. Could have turned right, and look. Could have followed this road, especially right here. Perimeter Drive. Could have literally followed Perimeter Drive. To the scene of the crime. Instead, drove this, came down, right here, is where we're at right now. So here, zooming back, we're here. The house is over here. We could have literally turned way back a long time ago, but instead, we're here. Right there. All right, now I'm going to show another video here. Now this is from that gas station to the rear of the property. So this is the mobile gas station that we're just at. We're here. I'm in the parking lot. Got some gas. Mobile gas station right there. All right. So that's where supposedly that photo was snapped of from that gas station there. Now up here, we're going to be making some crazy turns, okay? We're going to be turning right. On Blaine Street. This is according to the PCA. Turning right on Indian Hills Drive. Now this is where on the 700 block of Indian Hills, where the supposed surveillance in the PCA. This is Indian Hills Drive. And right up here is the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive. Up here, we're going to be turning left / straight on Convo Street, coming up. Now we're going to be turning left on Steiner Avenue. Now this is the A&W root beer restaurant, supposedly caught on surveillance right there, A&W. I ate there the night before. Shout out A&W, great food. Ate there the night before. Lost 5 minutes ago. A&W. So we're right here. So we were at this mobile, right? Okay, so we started this last stop at the mobile gas station. We kept driving here. Okay. Kept driving. Oh, shoot, whoops. No, it was Steiner. No, it was this road right here, yeah. Blaine Street. My bad. Blaine Street, so it was Highway 8. Here's the mobile. Whoops. Then turned on Blaine Street. Okay. Then hit Indian Hills. Was caught on surveillance 700 block of Indian Hills. Went up Indian Hills. Turned into Rose Street. Then we turned left on Steiner. Now we're heading left on Steiner. And this is where the A&W restaurant is. So the A&W restaurant is right in front of us to the right. So that's where we're at. So now we're on Steiner Avenue. And we're going to turn left at Taylor. Then we're going to turn left at King. Then we're going to turn left at Queen. Then we're going to be behind the property. Now we're turning left on Taylor. Very weird roads. There's Banfield coming up. Taylor Ave Apartments, Sigma Chi, the Water Tower. And we'll be turning left on King. Yeah, there was people in security all over the place. There's that. Now there's this shit ton of photos. Give me 1 second here. Okay, so I'm going to share some photos with you guys real quick. All right. Let me go full screen here. Okay. We're going to go through some of these. Here, let me switch this. Hold on. Let's go like this. Oh, I'm getting covered up. No. Hold on 1 minute. There. All right. So these are some of the... Thank you, Katrina. I appreciate it. These are some of the photos I'm going to share with you, okay? Just some of them. Like I said, I got so much shit. I can only show so much tonight. And I'm going to kind of skip through some of it kind of quick, too. But I kind of want to show you a few things. Let me see here. So you can see the screen door. So this would be... So look at the foliage, right? You could definitely look. You can see the plywood. You can see the plywood. You can see the plywood. Those are all doors and windows. Look at all the foliage. From exactly a year ago. From exactly a year ago. Look at all the foliage you would have been camouflaged by if you were chilling in the back of this property. All right? Give me a break. Right there. There's another good picture. Plywood, plywood, plywood. There's another good picture. Plywood, 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 plywood. Totally be hidden at night, especially at 3 or 4 in the morning, and you have no light reflecting back on you because there's no light shining down on you. All right? And look, from this tree off to the right to this tree here in the middle, this little one, there's no police tape. They didn't even change it. My camera takes like 1 billion pictures. I want it to do that. That way I have the best photos possible. Here, I'll zoom it up like this. Look. Let me go back a few. Look, you're camouflaged, you know? Yeah, see, look. You know, it's missing. It's missing. Let me see here. I appreciate you guys' kind words. There's the A&W. Oh, that was so good. It was good food. All right. I'm not getting... Here, let me see what else. Let me show you guys the fog I was dealing with again. This is the fog. And then I'm going to finish up with this video here. All right, so the fog. This was the fog I was dealing with. So when I say I was dealing with fog, scary. Scary. All right. So this video, and I need to show you guys the route here that I'm talking. There's two routes that you can take when it, or three actually, right? So I'm going to show you. Okay. Now see these, okay? This is what I was saying since the beginning. And I'm using this to kind of set it up and to show you so you know what we watch is what I'm talking about, right? All right, so you got three ways that Google Maps is telling you to take to get to 1122 from BK's apartment. Okay? Now, according to this, BK left, went down this way, which is the way that I took you, but instead went down Stadium and hit up all these cameras, came back around, and headed this way. Okay? Over to Moscow. Now, this also gave a different route, saying he could have turned right and went this way, avoiding most. Whoops. And then head this way to then hit 270. Right? But still, when it comes to this end, which I just took you, that's what I'm saying. You turn right after you get into Moscow, because look, state line's right there. Right after you get into Moscow, you turn right and you're already at the crime scene, but instead you go all the way over here. But what I was saying, oh, 1 second, it got all weird. One second. All right, there we go. All right. So, what I always said was, why would you take 270, right? Why would you go down any of these routes? Why would you go down in any of this area? I always said, why wouldn't you turn right? Head this way. And head this way. Up here. Why wouldn't you take that route where you're avoiding everything? Then you end up on 270. And when you end up on 270, you're barely on 270 because then you're hanging a right away, leading you to the scene. So, what I wanted to show you, what I'm going to show you now, is why, if this person did want to avoid being seen, this is the route that they would have took. This is the route that I'm going to show you why. Because when you see this route, and I specifically recorded this route would have been the best way to avoid surveillance, the best way to avoid anybody seeing you, the quickest and most quiet, efficient way. this is coming up. This is the video right here. You're going to see why they would have took this direction. The hit and run was right in front of his apartment. Oh, whoops. Hold on 1 second. Just quit. Here we go. There we go. So this is leaving the area. Here, let me rewind it just a little bit. This would be him leaving the house, going back that route that I showed you on Google Maps. This is the route you would have avoided and this is the route that, not going down south, you want to go back home, you want to not be on surveillance, whether you go or go back. This is the road that you take, and you'll see why. You're not going to drive all over Pullman and Moscow. It just doesn't make sense. Now, I know it's already getting late. We'll go into some of this other stuff. Probably the next few weeks, we'll be going into different parts of the footage that I got for you guys. Different photos. But I do want to make sure that I play Maddie's dad's interview before we end the show. This is leaving Moscow on 270. Again. We're about right here. Okay? We're about right here in the trip here. Now when we turn right, you're gonna notice I'm gonna turn right. Okay? That's when we start going down this road up here. You'll see the airport off to the left, and we're going to make it back to Steptoe, barely even having any surveillance. This is why I wanted to show this to you guys. You'll see what I mean, trust me. Oh, the ladder's still there, Lynn. The ladder is still there. I'll just wait. Just wait. Yeah, Lynn, still, I saw it today myself. With my own eyes. It's still there. It's still there. Everything else is cleaned up. But yeah, the ladder's still there. All right, now this is where I turn right. Okay. So this is where I turn right again. Right here. Is where we just turned right. We were leaving Moscow. We were here. Going this way. And then we just turned right. Now I'm taking you to... You're going to see this road here. You're going to see why. This is the road they would have took. Look. Why wouldn't you have taken this road? Watch. Just watch. Why wouldn't you have taken this road? Look at this. You're going to take city streets. You're going to drive all over Moscow. You're going to drive all over Pullman. When you could have literally drove this. This is what you could have drove. This is what I've been trying to tell everybody since the beginning. Please. It doesn't make sense. A dude that studied digital footprints didn't drive this route? Really? You're gonna tell me you drove all over downtown Pullman, all over downtown Moscow, and this is the route you could have took? Don't you think if you stalked the property and you were worried about digital footprint, don't you think, number one, you would have left your phone at home? Don't you think you would have turned right out of your apartment instead of left? Don't you think you would have went the route that I just put on the map? Don't you think you wouldn't have turned 3 times around in front of the property? Look at this. Don't you think you wouldn't have driven this route? Just look. One of the main reasons I wanted to go here for you guys is for this right here. This. Because I'm like, come on, everybody. You're going to tell me that this person didn't choose this route. Look at it. One of the main reasons I wanted to be in Moscow for you guys. See what I'm saying, D. Smith? If you're trying, right? Listen, if you're that stealthy and strategic inside the property where nobody knows how you even left. Nobody knows how you even left. Wouldn't that same strategic individual be taking this frickin' road instead of what the PCA states, instead of the route that I just took you guys on? You're gonna tell me that this person didn't take this road to 1122 and didn't take this road back from 1122? What? I'm so excited to show you guys this tonight. I could not wait. This right here. Tell me. What is the percentage that you would take this compared to the PCA? This is all day. This is all day. Thank you, Yoli. I'll be having a panel on the next show. There's the airport off to the left. You can see the plane. This route all day. Look at this. Oh my gosh, is it snowing outside? It's either rain or snow. It's going sideways. And it's pretty light. I think it's snowing. Something. I can see it moving in the light. What is that? It's got to be a fog or a snow or something. I don't know. Something's going on out here. I can see it in the lights. Okay, back to the... I mean, yeah, it's the same shit here on the video. Let me look outside real quick. Look at this, though. Why would you not take this route? Tell me I'm wrong. Like, if you're on replay and you're watching this, tell me why. Look at it. You're going to drive all downtown Pullman and Moscow? Again, you're going to drive all over Pullman or Moscow. You literally could have took this fucking route. Right here. The route that I'm taking you on. Seriously. You're going to do the PCA route when this is the route. It makes absolutely no sense. None. Because look at this. None. None. You want to see how he went to the freaking property according to the PCA? Rewind it. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. More than that. 20, 30. Go to the beginning. I left from his apartment. I mean, seriously. We're almost back home, people. Now we're back into student housing. We're almost home. You're going to tell me all these other businesses wouldn't have caught the vehicle as well? And there they are, step toe. It's that easy, ladies and gentlemen. It's that easy. This route right here. I just showed you. You're going to tell me that route there and back isn't the route? You're going to tell me it's the route that I showed you on the footage before? No, when he left, he went south on 95. Past Blaine. Then to Janice, then left through these country-ass roads, then to Colton, then back up to Chambers, and then back up through Grand. Oh shit! Through Grand, back up Pullman, and then back up to step two. Basically, the way that he left to go commit the crime is the way he came back through Pullman, but came from the south, according to the PCA. This right here, that's the route you're taking. Okay? So now hopefully people that didn't understand what I meant when I said they ain't taking that route, this is the route they would have took. I'm so happy. Thank you to the community for allowing me to come out to Moscow and Pullman and be able to show you guys this like you there in the car. I appreciate that. Your support means everything. All right, now we're going to get to this interview from Madison Mogan's father, Ben. We're going to listen to him. Let me see here, 1 second. Where did it go? Is it? What the heck? I just had it up. Where did it go? That's weird. Did they take it away? Well, here, I'm going to play this one. This is from the Chapin family. I'm going to play this one. This is an extended interview as well. And I got the Ben Mogan as well. I'll find that one. This is the tape-ins. This just came out an hour ago. This is fresh.
A lot of people are just wondering how you guys are doing a year later.
I would say that, I mean, under the circumstances, we're doing great. We literally, I've found a place to tuck Ethan and, you know, in my heart, and, you know, then you just have to get up and put your best foot forward. We made a decision to do that back in late March, and we've stuck by that. We have a beautiful family, and we have 2 kids who deserve the very best life
This is brand new, everybody.
still. And we have a relationship that, you know, deserves to go back and start where we left off.
Well, hey, it's let me see here for everybody going to bed. It's 4 hours and 13 minutes. Just go to replay, because you're definitely going to want to listen to this. It's only 10:30 for me. Go ahead and come back on replay, everybody. I understand it's late as hell. I'm going to be playing this, and then I'm going to be playing Ben Mogan's interview after that. So it'll probably be another hour or something for the show. I appreciate you guys hanging out. I'm going to go ahead and let this one play just to kind of let it speed up a little bit, because it's definitely what, you know, like we did with Steve G and the family, definitely want to allow them to just continue and, you know, just say things here and there.
It's been a year. I think a lot of people are just wondering how you guys are doing a year later.
I would say that, I mean, under the circumstances, we're doing great. We literally, I've found a place to tuck Ethan and, you know, in my heart, and, you know, then you just have to get up and put your best foot forward. We made a decision to do that back in late March, and we've stuck by that. We have a beautiful family, and we have 2 kids who deserve the very best life still. And we have a relationship that, you know, deserves to go back and start where we left off, which was a year ago. I mean, literally a year ago, Parents Weekend, we were celebrating these amazing kids that we'd raised. We were like, okay, maybe we get to step back and take a deep breath and say they're going to be okay. You know, they have each other, and they're going to live the best life, and they'll always have the, you know, the 3 of them. And
that's hard to look back on, though.
It is, but you know, it is what it is. It's a really terrible situation that our family has been put into. We were a great family before, and we have to go on and continue to be that.
And you are that.
We are. We are. And yes.
You've worked hard.
My mama
to make it
there. Yes. I think it's the very first thing I actually told Maisie and Hunter when we picked him up on the evening of November 13th a year ago. I said, I don't know. I don't know if I can repeat on camera exactly what I said. But I said, I don't know what just happened here, but this will not sink our family. It won't. And you just get to a point where you have to make a decision to carry on, to move on.
Yeah, and you're doing that.
We are.
There's so many wonderful things that you're doing in honor of him. But
Yes.
Jim, how are your feelings a year later?
I'm a lot better than I was. Just knowing that the 2 kids, Hunter and Maisie, are doing well is a relief for me. It was very important to me that they carried on, went back to school, but yeah, I just glad that they're doing well.
They are.
They are doing well.
It's literally all that matters as a mom, right? When your kids are happy,
yeah,
we're happy.
It's so true.
Yeah.
It's so true.
Yeah.
So I think people would like to know, how are Maisie and Hunter doing?
Yes.
Tell us about them. They're back at school, and they love their community and their sorority and their fraternity. Tell us about them.
We're so fortunate to have had the fraternity and the sorority. I mean, there's a lot of people that are, you know, you can say what you want about it, but for our kids and our family, it has been a tremendous place for our kids to, you know, the friendships that they have and the support system that they have that is here is it's priceless for us. I mean, you know, we know Maisie has great friends and they're just safe. We just, you know, they'll notify us if there's a situation, and Hunter's the same way. They're doing well in school. They have great friends. I mean, I don't know, what else do you ask for, right?
That's about it.
I mean, they're still, you know, moving on and getting an education and following their dreams, and I mean, and growing into young adults. Which
And the
is,
U of I is a safe, wonderful community for them.
We felt that way before too, when we still do. Yes.
Just a freak
Freak. And it is not the university's fault. It's not the Moscow Police Department's fault. All of those people, Idaho State Patrol, they have been all up the whole, everybody. We cannot say enough about them.
Well, let's talk about Ethan, because that's what we're here to do.
Okay.
So I want to talk about him as a baby and as a child. Tell me what made him shine, because he shined from birth, pretty much. So talk to me about him. What are your memories of him as one of the triplets, as a baby?
He was easy. Yes, he was so easy. He was the one who just, I don't know, he must have known it from the beginning that he just was going to have to take Easy straight, because there were two others that were going to, you know, somebody was going to cry until they got the attention, and Ethan just was like, well, it's fine. I'll just wait my turn.
He was an easy baby.
Easy.
He was.
We have pictures of him. He's just laughing, and all through. I think it became his role. I mean, you know, your kids have roles in a family, and I think that was part of his role. He just became, oh, you know, all right, mom wants to do this, let's go. You know, this is where we're going. All right, let's go.
So did he lead the triplets, Jim? Was he kind of the leader?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the other two kids, you know, Maisie and Hunter, just loved to be around him, and everybody loved to be around him. I mean, he just had this magical thing with people that people just wanted to be there with him.
And they still do.
It's funny.
Now they still do.
Yes, they still talk about that magic.
That's a word we haven't used in describing him. It's true. He had a magical, he touched people. It was amazing.
So
many.
Soon after this happened, how many months was it until you wrote that beautiful children's book? Tell us about it. And what inspired that in you? Was it like you had to do something that felt like the right thing?
Okay, so a friend of mine sent me a news release that said, hey, you know, some author's been given the rights to tell this story. Now, this is very early on, right? And it bothered me. I'm like, and it still does, to be honest with you. Why does some stranger get to tell a story and profit off of our kids, off of these kids in this terrible event? And, you know, we actually did some, you know, we went and kind of searched out how that worked anyways, whatever. We had to learn a lot about people's First Amendment rights in the media, and that they are, you know, people can write and tell stories and say what they want. And we kind of had to come to terms with that. And so anyways, it just bothered me. And I thought, you know, if anybody has a story to tell, it's mom, it's the family, it's the people who raised him. And I literally just woke up one morning and I'm like, oh, here's a story I have to tell. And I wrote it. It's kind of just a memorial to Ethan. It's his friends now get to have it on a coffee table, and people who didn't know him can maybe take something away from the great personality and character and magical personality that he had. I mean, and so I wrote it, and then a friend said I needed an illustrator. So I drove to Target and I stood in the children's department and I wrote down illustrators' names, and got on Amazon and I wrote down names, and I'd look at their Instagram, and we just reached out. We have somebody who helps us with all of this, and we just reached out. She was back east actually, and she said, oh my gosh, I know this story. I'll do it. And so each of the photos, even in the book, are based on our real photos in real life. So, I mean, it's genuinely a biography written into a children's book. I mean, it is a true story from, you know, front to back, but it's not meant to be sad. It's just this story of, you know, live your best life, be kind to everybody. So the title of the book is The Boy Who Wore Blue, and it was actually his triplet color. And our kids are actually, originally when they were born, you actually have to color coordinate everything inside of your home. down to the bottles that they drink out of when you're measuring these little tiny measurements. So he was the boy who wore blue in our family. If the world lived life like Ethan, it would be a better place, honestly.
So after you wrote that book,
Mhm.
you went on the Today Show.
Yes, I
in
did.
New York. What inspired you to go on to accept the invitation and to go spread the word about your boy?
If anybody, I feel, it's the only thing that I have left as a mom is to be his voice. It's very, very empowering, if you will. And so if somebody wants to talk about the foundation that we've created in his name, or they want to talk about the book that I've written, yes, absolutely. Do I wish we were not under these circumstances and that we weren't doing some of these incredible things? Hell yes.
Yes.
I mean, let's be honest. I always feel like I need to start a whole conversation with that. Do we wish that we were back? I'd live in a cardboard box on a street to have my son home, but that isn't going to happen. So we have to, be blessed by all of the things and opportunities that we've had.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the foundation, let's get to that, because you guys started this foundation.
So we filed the paperwork. It's called the Ethan Smile Foundation. And I do believe that people want to genuinely help our family. And there's really nothing to do. What do you do? How do you help a family who's in this situation? And, we had money in a GoFundMe account. And then I think people it's how people, I think, see to help us. People were
they wanted to give.
They do. They want to give,
Yeah.
And so we put all of it into the foundation, and we will scholarship kids. It was easy for us when we decided what we needed to do with this foundation is to scholarship kids in Ethan's name who are pursuing some dream. And they'll go on and they'll do it, in Ethan's honor, and he'll help, that'll help pay for an education, just for kids to be able to go. And it doesn't matter what it is, 4-year, 2-year, beauty school, a barista school, wine, cocktail making, whatever is your dream and your goal. The goal is for us to be able to help scholarship some dream in Ethan's honor and his name. It makes perfect sense.
So every year will you choose some people that write to you, or how would that work?
The application will be live February 1st on the Ethan Smile Foundation website. And then, it'll be clear on the directions. It has to be turned in by the end of April, I believe. And then we'll sit and go through them. We'll come up with a, kind of a prioritize the list. And then we haven't figured out, I don't have a scholarship party.
Yes, you guys are so much ahead of you with that.
Yeah.
So let's talk about, I guess, the tulips, because there's such an incredible gesture he worked there, right, at this tulip farm. Is that right, Jim? Tell us about that.
Yes, he did.
Jim, 30 days.
He worked 30 days at this tulip farm, and the kids loved working with him. They changed their schedule around. They just wanted to make sure they were working with Ethan because he was so fun to work with. The kid
Reese
Gardner came up with the idea of the Ethan's tulips.
And it's called Ethan Smile, right? The tulip as well.
Mm-hmm.
What is it about this smile, Jim?
Oh, his smile was just amazing.
Oh, so cute.
He always smiled.
He did.
All the time.
Dimples.
Yeah. He was. Yeah.
It's fitting that everything's affiliated with that smile. The tulip, the foundation, because it just glows, right?
It does. I mean, he was always doing something that made you singing, making some funny noise. I don't know. You just,
yes.
He just, I don't know.
His whole life was that way, though.
Yeah.
He
could lift any room.
Yeah. He just, there's just something about him. He's a very unique person.
Tell us about his stature, because he was a big guy.
He was a big guy. Ethan was 6'4", so broad in the shoulders, but his heart was the biggest part.
Yeah.
Really was. I mean, he just loved to be around people. He really did.
He just was so full of joy and so full of fun and loved country music, and he was in love. And I think we talked a little bit about that, him being in a relationship that he was really loving.
Yeah.
Tell us what you want to share about that relationship.
We were blessed to spend the summer with Xana. We feel very fortunate to have known them. The most important thing I think that people should know is that Ethan was exactly where he wanted to be. We say in our family he was in the right place at the wrong time. And you just have to live with that. None of us, we all knew where Ethan was. And we have no regrets over it.
No.
I mean, he's a college kid who was in love. Who wouldn't be, It's where he stayed most nights. We all knew it. And we're blessed. They were very sweet together. I don't know that it's our job we've kind of taken the stand of not speaking about the other three kids, only because I guess as a mom, I want to be the person who represents my kids. So I have to think that their families feel the same way about representing them. But yes, we were fortunate to be able to spend a summer.
It was nice having her there.
Yeah.
And he was happy.
It was lovely. It was
Oh my
lovely.
gosh, yeah.
The two of them together were super cute.
Mhm.
Funny. A lot of the kids, I think, will tell you they had very similar personalities. So it was cute.
But you've been very vocal about how, first of all, you don't have any interest in speaking of the suspect. And second of all, you don't really have any interest in going to the trial. Can you guys share with us how you came to that conclusion and why that's what's best for your family?
Yeah. The trial is we won't attend the trial. It's there's nothing there that's going to bring Ethan back. So we decide to take the positive energy and use it somewhere else. I would like for it to be over.
It's going to be. I think we have to tuck in for the
But
long haul.
there again,
Yeah, I don't know.
the outcome for us is still the same.
It took one of our kids, right? It just can't sink the rest of our family. And that's how we decided to take it. It's a choice.
Tell me about CrimeCon, because you and I talked about this.
Yeah.
First of all, for those who don't know, what is CrimeCon and why did you feel called to go there?
Yeah.
It seems unlike you.
We'd almost have to do a whole 100%. I don't disagree with that. And I think that there were some people that were like, what on earth is she doing? So I was asked, CrimeCon is it's a convention for kind of true crime aficionados, I guess, if you will. There is a huge national following of true crime in this nation. We happen to be at the epicenter of it, which is a place where I never thought we would be. Anyways, I was asked to sit on a panel. Then I actually got to meet with a group of, 24 families, victims' families, that are kind of in a similar national spotlight. And it became something that I thought, I'm kind of interested in that. I mean, I'm interested to meet these families. I wish I was not in a similar situation. But I was curious if there was some support, kind of a support group there. And I'll sit on a panel and talk about Ethan till I'm, and all of the great things that we've tried to do in his memory till the end of the day, right? And so I decided to go. I had no intention of actually going to the rest of it. I happened to be walking by when they were doing the Idaho session, and it was on the forensics. I had no intention of staying, and I didn't. But I was just curious. Like I wanted to step in the room and get a sense of like, what is this really? I'd not been in any of the sessions. I just wanted to get a sense of what this was actually about. And the professor started to, he kind of, there were some things that weren't quite right. And I, it got my ire up a little bit. And they were doing a question and answer, and there was a live mic. And I thought, well, here's my chance. So I just said, I have something to say. And I said, my name is Stacy Chapin and my son was Ethan. You could have heard a pin drop in that room. People who are fascinated by true crime, it's an entertainment for them. I mean, and I know that there's people who genuinely, feel a calling to maybe help. And we did it in this case. They released the white car. If you've seen this car, we have turned a nation into potential true crime participants. But there is a huge level of entertainment in it. And I just needed to say that your entertainment is our family's life. And I think it resonated with people.
Right.
And then I felt this like calling a little bit to make sure that I reminded people that there's real families behind these stories.
That's right. That's why I always say I'm not that. I'm gonna keep repeating it. That's why I say there's real people behind this shit, man. They deserve the respect over any clicks or views or subs or donations or any of that shit. Because if it's really about justice and truth, then you bring up and focus the energy on the justice and truth and not the confetti. It's so important. You hear it from these families in this special tonight. I know it's a long show and we're going to be going another 40 minutes after this. But these messages are important from each of these families. It's already hard enough for them to deal with what they have to deal with, and then to hear all the slander, the accusations, the crazy talk that they have to think about it. They have to. And then they have to deal with that too. The crazy ass videos that people are, get mad at me because I don't want to share the link and I don't want to show it. Because what if these family members come across this channel? I don't want to be responsible for them having that image of maybe their family member that happening to them. Hell no. Just like I don't care to have any kind of accusations that don't have substantial proof. These messages are so important tonight. If you have to split it up in a replay, please do.
How did it feel to do
And leave a comment too.
that?
Actually, it felt quite empowering, I think. I didn't
We
know
have
it at
Madison
the time.
Mogan's
I
dad
had to
after
go
this.
home and really,
And thank you everybody for hanging
kind
out.
of take it all in. But it's true. And I have no problem reminding people that there is a real family and a son or, people behind these stories. I didn't know I was going to be a mama bear.
Did you know you had all this strength in you?
Not this.
Yeah, very down to earth. Very,
Tell me how much
it's a great
your boy loved country music.
Great interview.
Oh, we had it on all the time.
Yeah.
All the time, especially in the boat. He'd always have it on. We'd surf, and and I always get in trouble because I'd turn it down a little bit, and then he'd go, turn it up,
Yeah.
and stuff. But he did. He played in the Jeep. He just loved it.
He loved Morgan Wallen
He did.
specifically.
He did.
Yes.
So how did it come to be that your family got to go to a concert? You got to meet the mom.
Yeah.
You had all this in
was
common
amazing.
because Ethan had a special song, right?
Yes, he did. So on Mother's Day, which would have been May of 2022, he sent me a text message that was like, oh my gosh, Morgan Wallen wrote a song about his mom. And so we're going to have a song now. And it was very cute. And I told this story. Morgan's team saw it. And they reached out to us actually and said, any concert, anywhere, VIP tickets. And they just came and his team came and found us, kind of early on in the evening. And, we went way down underneath the San Padres Stadium through a couple checkpoints. And he was the kindest. He was like, he had nothing better to do than to sit and talk to her. Not that he had nothing better to do, but he didn't feel like he was rushed, like I got to go warm up or something. He just was there. And the day before that, the team had sent me an email that said, just so you know, Leslie Wallen is flying in to meet you.
And why was that significant?
Well, because it was a Mother's Day song. It was a full circle moment of moms and sons, and there's just something.
It was so special.
It was so special. But everything that everybody's done is a true testament to Ethan and his personality and all of the great things that have, people have done for him. The benches that have been made and the, volleyball courts that have been named and just everything.
Yeah.
The money that's been donated, and it's incredible.
He's brought a lot of people together.
He
Yes. He
truly.
genuinely was one of a kind. I don't know, you know,
Appreciate you guys.
try to be like Ethan, and you'll have a better life.
He's a good kid,
Very good.
and we miss
He
him
was a good
dearly.
kid. I think people identify with him in photos because I do think he's a kid that any mom can, or any family can look at and go, oh, that could be my kid. I mean, I think that there is something in him in the photos that you see.
They're
that
so strong.
People are like,
It's the magic.
yeah, he was that good.
Wow, and the dad talked a lot in that one too. I was pretty impressed. He actually talked quite a bit. I appreciate you guys too. And thank you so much. All right, so our last interview for the night is going to be Madison Mogan's father, Ben. This is from Creme 2. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. And I'm going to let this one play as well. This is 32 minutes. And I will let this one play out. And then we'll go ahead and end the show. Totally understand if you have to hop out. I know it's late. Just definitely come back in the replay. We are at the 4-hour and 38-minute mark of the show. And this is about 32, 33 minutes.
Well, Ben, first off, I just want to say thank you so much for agreeing to meet with us. I know this has been an extremely difficult year, to say the least. How are you doing 1 year after? I know that's a loaded question.
Well, I'm hanging in there. I have the best family and support system that I could ask for, and yeah, we're hanging in there. We've spent a lot of time, together and thinking about Maddie and just trying to live our best lives that she would want us to live.
You've known Maddie her whole life. Tell us, who is Maddie Mogan, or as you call Maddie May, right?
Maddie May Mogan, yes. She was the sweetest, smart, loving. She was the best. She never caused me one day of stress in my life. She was the best child I could have asked for, and yeah, we miss her so much.
Tell us about.
Hold on, Tim. I just want to make sure the mic isn't. Can we set that one's fine, but I think maybe that one it might be clicking a little bit. Can we just set it on maybe right here?
Yeah.
Sometimes when the cord runs against something.
Do we need to redo anything?
No.
Okay. Ben, tell us about Maddie from where she was born to where she grew up. Give us we want to honor Maddie. Tell us about Maddie's childhood.
Well, Maddie was born in Eugene, Oregon. We lived down in Oregon for a few years, and so yeah, she was born there, and we had a nice little life, just really simple, and yeah, then we moved up here when she was almost 4, and yeah, she did well in school. She had friends. She always had lots of friends, and yeah, she loved music. That she probably got that from me. We definitely enjoyed our music together, and then later on going to see live music. But yeah, she grew up here in Coeur d'Alene, and just a few blocks from here. And yeah, she had such a bright future ahead of her. And yeah, we just miss her every day.
Ben, we're meeting at a Starbucks right now. I asked you where you would want to meet, and you mentioned the Starbucks here in Coeur d'Alene. Why did you pick this location?
Well, the last time that we ever went somewhere together, it was here. She was heading back to college, and she yeah, we wanted to see her before she went back to school. So my mom and I set up a little breakfast or coffee date here, and yeah, we met with her, and she drove back to Moscow, and then we only saw each other one time after that. It was at my dad's house for a 4th of July dinner. And yeah, so this was the second to last time I spent time with Maddie.
So I'm sure even just walking in.
One last thing, can I just move your palette? It's just hitting that mic.
Oh yeah.
Is that okay?
Sorry, guys.
No problem. Should I move it down a little?
Yeah. Just between that and the chain, it was kind of hitting. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. Sorry, guys.
No,
It's okay. So Ben, when you come here to Starbucks at this particular Starbucks, does it bring back any memories of your daughter?
Yeah. We sat right. There used to be a table right over here, and that's the one that we sat at. And yeah, every time I even drive by here, I think about seeing her here and just how much I wish she was here with us.
Yeah. It's obvious. It's obvious that this is difficult for you. Where are you in the stages of grief right now?
Well, I've been seeing counseling, just one-on-one counseling with a wonderful woman, and but I was going every week for about 9 months, I would say, and then the last month or so I've just been doing every other week. So I think that's a sign that I'm moving in the right direction. But it's I read a little grief book. I read a passage from it every day that helps me through. And like I said, my support I have at work and at home and with my family. I mean, that's really what gets me through. It's just the people in my life. And another big thing is just my sobriety. I've been able to stay clean through this, and that's a huge thing. We go to AA and NA meetings, my wife and I do, and that helps a lot too, because it's really easy to spiral down after something like this. And yeah, I've been able to keep my head up.
I love that. It's very evident that you raised a very bright daughter. She just radiates, the smile and the joy that she brought was so evident. You talked about how she impacted so many people, and you still hear from those people, strangers even.
Mm-hmm.
What do they say to you?
I'll be working. I work at concerts and sports events doing security, and I'll have people come up to me even now, a year later, and say, "Hey, I just wanted to tell you how much Maddie meant to me, whether it was a teacher or someone she used to work with, but it still happens." And yeah, I didn't realize how many lives that she was able to touch in her short life. And everyone has just the best things to say about her, just that she was so sweet and just loving and a good person.
So is it comforting for you to hear from those strangers?
Yeah, I like to hear positive, happy things and memories about Maddie. Oh, that light went off.
Oh.
Is that okay?
I didn't want to draw attention to it. I'm glad you caught it. There we go.
Yeah, I might have to just switch the battery out.
Okay, that's fine. Batteries die quick.
I also brought she wrote me a Father's Day card, the last Father's Day that we had, and so I brought it with me. Yeah.
Oh.
And, yeah, it's really sweet.
It's so sweet.
But, yeah, if you want me to read it or something.
Yeah, that might be good. Let's.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, whatever.
Cool. Ben, we talked a lot about Maddie growing up. A big part of her childhood was her best friend Kaylee, another one of the victims in the stabbing. I'm gonna say that again. Ben, you talked about her childhood, and part of her childhood was her best friend Kaylee. They were like sisters. Tell us about their friendship.
yeah, they really had a really special friendship. She and her sisters were like family to Maddie. That whole family took her in, and they would go on trips together, and they really clicked, and it was fun to see them go through their little ups and downs as a couple of just best friends growing up and going through high school and middle school. And, it was fun to see them. They really they're fun to watch.
It really did seem like they did everything together.
Yeah.
I heard something about they wrote a letter to their high school or something to go to a different school. Do you know that story or something? Okay, maybe it was something else I was thinking of.
I know what you're talking about. They had to, so they went to charter for middle school, and they wanted to go to the public school for their freshman through senior years, and they had to give a presentation to the parents saying all the reasons that they thought it was a good idea why they should be switching schools, because charter's really high academic standards, and we wanted to make sure that they had that they were doing it with for the right reasons, I guess.
I love it. They concocted a plan.
Yeah, but it worked.
So from childhood, middle school, and then high school, and then you find out your daughter is going to college.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to the University of Idaho, which is just down the road.
Yeah.
Do you remember what it was like hearing that your daughter was going to be a vandal?
Yeah, I was excited. It was going to be close enough that we'd be able to see her. She could come home on weekends, and but still, it was going to be far enough away that she could feel like she was living her own life and being independent, and having her own little hometown was special for her. And so I was so proud that she wanted to take that next step and do it right out of high school. And she just was. We went out to a dinner with some of her professors after everything happened, and they told me about how she was in the classroom and how she would just kind of take charge on projects, and she was kind of a leader in her group, in her class, and it was fun to hear that side of her, because you never know how your kid is when they're at school.
Well, obviously, Maddie never got to walk across the stage, but last spring she was awarded a posthumous degree. You mentioned that you're proud of your daughter. When they announced that, what did that mean to you?
Well, that was so special, and the University of Idaho has done such an amazing job just honoring her and the other students, and making it really comfortable for the families. And that everything that they did at the graduation was really nice, and walking across the stage and picking up that diploma for her that she earned. They didn't just give it to her because they were trying to be nice. She earned all those credits, and she got that degree. And we're so proud of her still.
I want to transition. Ben, did you know, is it Jake Schreiger?
Yeah.
Ben, tell us about Jake Schreiger. He spoke at the memorial for Maddie. Talk about their relationship.
Oh, I love Jake. Jake and Maddie had a really beautiful relationship, and they were so happy together, made each other so happy, and he's such a solid, just fun guy. And I just actually went to lunch with him. He's over in Spain now, and he's teaching English over there. And the day before he flew out, we went over and had lunch over at Capone's in Post Falls, and had a really nice talk. And he's over there just on a new adventure, trying to move past this. But I'll always keep in touch with Jake. I really wanted to see my daughter and Jake together.
I know that's so hard to talk about, so thank you for being so open.
You're welcome.
I want to transition a little bit. What was it? Do you remember the day that you received the phone call about what happened to your daughter?
Yeah, I was watching a movie by myself at the theater, and I got a couple calls from my mom and from Karen, and I thought something must be going on because the
Oh, we can start over.
yeah,
Is that your phone? You're
that's
good?
my phone.
Okay. Is it?
I can.
I didn't hear it.
Okay.
Really? Okay.
So tell us about that night.
Yeah, so I was at the theater watching a movie, and I got a couple calls, one from my mom and then one from Karen, and they're right back to back. And so I took the call, and my mom just said, "You have to come home, come to her house," and didn't tell me anything else. And so the worst things came to my head, but it still wasn't as bad as what it ended up being. But yeah, I'll obviously never forget that night. But yeah, I spent the rest of the night just with my family, just trying to make some sense out of this. And yeah, it's just horrific. I hope no one ever has to go through something like that.
Are you following the legal proceedings right now?
I get updates from the prosecutor's office by email. I try and get the information that way rather than watching the news about it, because it's just hard seeing that guy's face. And yeah, I can kind of cut right to the chase when I just get the emails that they send me. So I try and kind of turn the channel when it comes on the TV, to be honest. But yeah, I know what's going on with the case when things happen with it.
And not to mention misinformation around this case.
Yeah.
Has that been difficult to see what people say about the kids?
I just don't go on social media. I don't look at any of that stuff. I know it's out there, but I just don't. I don't let anything like that really taint what I'm going. It's hard enough already just as it is, and I just don't try and bring any negativity into my life that I don't need. So, and I've been able to do that. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. What does justice look like for you?
Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate your honesty. Let's just talk about Maddie Mayday. Can you tell me more about Maddie Mayday? Where did the idea come from, and what was it like to celebrate Maddie Mayday?
Yeah, so Maddie Mayday is something that my sisters came up with, and we just wanted to have her birthday be a day that we celebrate and that makes people's lives better in the name of Maddie May. And so we decided to make it to where Maddie May Day is May 25th, and so every year on that day we're going to just do a random act of kindness for someone or for some people. And so yeah, this year we baked cookies and took them to all of her teachers at all of her schools, at her grade school and middle school and high school. And yeah, that's what my mom chose to do for her good deed. And yeah, everyone kind of did something different that was personal to them and that would honor Maddie's memory in the way that we wanted. So yeah, we just wanted to, we didn't want it to be something where people had to, spend money or spend, it's just as much or as little as you want to do, and just do it in her honor. And yeah, it went really well. I was really amazed at all the different things that people did.
What were some of the things that you heard about?
People were buying coffees or meals at restaurants for people and then kind of pass it on type of a thing, or at drive-throughs like they do here at the coffee shops, and yeah, things like that. And yeah, going and raking someone's yard or mowing someone's lawn. I think it was more lawn mowing kind of thing back then in May. So, but yeah, there was just doing nice things for people. And yeah, there's a page that they made that people could go and post what they did. So
that's awesome.
Yeah,
that's your daughter's legacy.
Yes,
the kindness that she showed, and you may not hear all the stories.
Right.
What is that? Talk about that legacy, knowing that your daughter touched so many lives and will continue to on future Maddie May Days and even outside of Maddie May Days. How has your daughter's legacy shined in this last year?
I think that all the good things that she did for people that made their lives better kind of came to the surface, and we were able to hear just how great of I didn't have any idea, barely any of this stuff that I found out about her since everything happened. You never hear those types of things unless something like this happens, I guess. But yeah, I was just to hear how many lives that she was able to impact, and that she had that people had such a great lasting impression of her, and that memory of her. Everyone had such nice things and sweet things to say. She was really a good person.
Hey, Tim,
Yeah.
I got to ask a question.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Which one? Oh. Was Maddie an only child?
Yes.
She was. Mm-hmm. But she had Kaylee and all her other friends.
Yeah.
She became very popular.
Yeah.
I want to ask, while there's no other situation like this out there, what advice would you give to parents watching that go through such a horrific loss? How do you cope?
I'd say just keep the people that you love close, and just love each other, and be there for each other, and ask how, just know how each other are doing, and check on each other, and just the support and constant reminders of how much support I have has been what's gotten me through, and yeah, like I said, the counseling and the sobriety, that's played a huge part for me. So I would say don't go and try and drown out the grief. Let it hit you. I mean, let the feelings hit you, because they're gonna come one way or another, and so it's better to just let them hit you naturally and with a clean mind, so that you can feel what they're trying to impress on us, because those feelings are important, and we have to go through them before we can move on and get on with our life. And so that's, I guess, what I would maybe say.
Good advice. Ben, if you could describe your daughter in a few words, how would you describe Maddie?
Just bright and funny and just fun. She was a fun person to be around.
You're wearing an angel on you're wearing an angel wing necklace with Maddie's name on it. Tell us the story about the angel wing.
Well, my sister Katie May, Maddie May has her middle name because of my sister Katie May. So, and they had a special connection too. So Katie, my sister, had this made for me, and it says Madison May Mogan, and it says love always on the fourth side. And then my mom got me a little silver angel wing to remind me that Maddie's always with me. So I wear those every day, and yeah, it's that and my wedding ring are my only jewelry that I wear.
Yeah. You talked about she's always with you, and you and I chatted about what we would call maybe a wink from Maddie over the last year. Do you feel her presence occasionally?
Yeah, I do, and when I feel that she's looking down on me or that she's there with me, I say it out loud. I say I love you, Maddie, or I say hi, Maddie, or something like that, so that maybe she can know that I'm thinking about her, and how often I think about her. It's not a. She's always on my heart. Yeah, so I tell her hi multiple times a day, and maybe she knows.
I feel good. Is there anything else that you want to add, Ben? We'll chat more when we walk, but
yeah. No, I do want to show that card.
Do you have that card?
Yeah.
Is it in your jacket?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you grab?
It's just in a book that's right here.
Could you put the mic over there? Thank you. So what did you bring?
Oh, this is my wife's Halsey poetry book, but
what's this?
I came across this after everything happened, and Maddie gave me this on the last Father's Day that she was here for, and it says, "Happy Father's Day to a dad who has everything: ability, looks, charm, talent, personality, and me. Love you, Dad." But then what she wrote, "Happy Father's Day. I hope you have the best day. I can't wait till we can hang out again soon. I'll be in Coeur d'Alene on the 4th of July. Hopefully we can find a time then. I loved your birthday card you sent me, by the way. Maybe we can see a concert sometime soon. I'd love to see the gorge when it's not so smoky out. I hope you're doing well. I'm proud of how far you've come. Thank you for always encouraging me to do my best. Love you lots and lots. Maddie May." Yeah. When I found this card, it made me so happy, and I'm so glad that I have it, and I'll just treasure it forever.
I'm sure. Thank you for sharing Father's Days and holidays. Are you finding new ways to enjoy and celebrate those days with Maddie, not by your side?
It's still not something that it'll never feel right without her. I don't think we spend every holiday together, every birthday of hers. I don't know how to do the holidays without her yet.
Yeah. Well, that's very special that you have that.
Yeah, thanks.
Did Maddie, when she was growing up, did she have any nicknames for you, or did she just call you Dad, or?
Yeah, it was just. Yes, I don't think she had any nicknames. My mom. She called my mom Deedle, but I think that was the only nickname.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I was wondering, do we need him to read that one more time?
Because
I had coverage of everything.
Oh no, I meant the blender turned on halfway through.
Oh, I wasn't even.
It was fine. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Nicole, did you get a good wide shot on it too?
Sorry, you made me tear up.
I tried so hard not to. I think I did. I don't know how I've been able to. I get emotional so easily now, even a year later, just over things that normally, just sad things that normally I would have been fine with. People just make me tear up.
Oh, I know.
Before.
It'll happen. My sister passed away 13 13 years ago now, and every once in a while I'll talk about her, and
Yeah.
I'll meet someone named Melody, and I'll just feel, they're like, why are you crying? And I'm like, I can't, it's too much.
The nice thing with me is when I'm crying, no one wonders why. They don't have to ask me why, because it's pretty obvious. It's probably something to do with Maddie, you know.
Yeah. It'll come in waves.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Ben, thank you so much.
Yeah,
I really appreciate it.
We're just getting a live shot of you
Okay.
guys.
Okay. Just keep chatting for a minute.
Yeah,
Okay.
just keep chatting.
So then later on, will we go right from here down there?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
We could all, if you're okay with it, we could just ride in one car, because that way, we don't have to find parking or whatever. You said it was dockside?
Well, she worked at the beach house, which is the resort out in a different place. But when she worked at the resort, it was at the infinity pool.
Okay. We don't have to go in there.
I don't think we can.
But maybe just walk around the outside,
Yeah.
It's not raining today.
Yeah. All right.
We got a little break.
Yes.
Can you record this, Nate? What were some of Maddie's favorite things? I actually meant to ask you that. What were some of her favorite things?
She loved the color pink. She loved her pink cowboy hat and cowboy boots. She loved to go out with her friends, and loved live music, and loved to go on road trips, and loved to go on the water. She loved the water and going on boats, and she's always been an outdoorsy kind of girl. And she loved fashion and looking good and doing makeup and hair and nails and stuff like that. She'd do that with her friends and make them all look good. And she liked just spending time with people. She wasn't probably alone very often.
Yeah.
She's real social.
What was it like being a girl dad?
I don't know any other way. My stepdaughter lives with us now. She's 14. I'm pretty used to living with only other females.
Too funny.
Yeah.
I'm surrounded too. I got a bunch of sisters, so I understand.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, for people watching this 1 year later, how do you want them to remember your daughter?
I just want people to remember Maddie as someone who was a good friend and just loved the people in her life and was loved by those people, and just like to get the most out of life, and don't waste any days,
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, my favorite memory with Maddie is going to the Mac Miller concert and getting to meet him, and taking her and her friends. They were so happy, and I've just never seen her so happy in my life. And she knew all the words, and they were just jumping and singing all the lyrics, and that was the happiest I probably have ever been.
If she were here today, what would be the one
Just tell her that I'm just so proud of her, and that she's the reason that I'm even still here.
Man.
Yes, thank you, Ben.
Wow. 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 That's right. Don't waste any days. That's why I got the big heart and the big boot. People wonder why. Damn. No, it's because it's about the peace, positivity, and progress. You don't waste a minute, because we're not even guaranteed the next minute. Period. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with me tonight. I appreciate it so much. I hope you enjoyed the show. I'm ready to get some rest. It's been a long day. Thank you for your support. Man, I think I'm going to have to even rewatch this thing myself. So many good interviews. And then a little bit of PCA route. And the route that you think he would have took, you know? With a little bit of that in between. That grilled cheese, baby. Good night, everybody. Appreciate you so much.